All right, thank you. So good morning, everyone. I am Donna Bailey. As I mentioned earlier, I am acting chair, Senate chair this morning of the Appropriations and Financial Committee of the Maine Legislature. We're here this morning to have a public hearing on LD 1995, which is the governor's proposed supplemental budget. This morning, we are joined by our colleagues from the Judiciary Committee, and we'll be hearing testimony on the parts of the supplemental budget under the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee. So first, we will do introductions, and then we will hear from the various department heads. We'll be starting with Commissioner Figueroa this morning. Moving on to the Attorney General's Office, the Human Rights Commission, the Judicial Department, and Pine Tree Legal Assistance. So to get started on introductions, Representative Harnett, if you'd like to take the lead and introduce the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you very much, Senator Bailey. I will do the best I can. I see people joining so hopping around on the attendee list. I would begin by introducing myself. My name is Tom Harnett. I serve as the House co-chair of Judiciary. I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside. And I will call on members as I saw them appear. Members of the Judiciary Committee, beginning with Representative Evangelos.
Good morning, everyone. And hi, Donna and Barbara. Nice to see you again. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91. I reside in Friendship.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Representative Thorne.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent House District 103, which are the towns of Carmel, Herman, and a portion of Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all. I'm Steve Moriarty, representing Cumberland and part of Gray in District 45.
Thank you. Representative Sheen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for welcoming us here today. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I represent House District 12, which is downtown Biddeford.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Laurel Libby, and I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of Minot.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn.
Good morning. I'm Heather Sanborn. It represents Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook.
Thank you, Senator. And our Senate lead, Senator Keim.
Morning, everyone. Lisa Keim. I represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County, in two communities in Androscoggin.
Thank you very much. And I think that is it, Senator Bailey. If I see others join, I will let you know in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Harnett. And now we'll go ahead and introduce the members of the Appropriations Committee, starting with Representative Martin.
John Martin, House District 151. Northwestern of Brewster County, and you will not see me very long here, but I'll be on the phone as I drive to Aroostook.
I understand there's, some big race going on this weekend. Is that correct, Representative
That's correct.
Martin?
Yeah, we have the Can-Am going on this weekend, among other things, in Fort Kent.
My dog's siblings will be racing in that race, so I wish them luck. Next, we'll hear from in the introduction for Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sowen Millett, House District 71. Proudly represent the citizens of my hometown of Waterford, along with Norway, Sweden, and West Paris.
Thank you. And Representative Ducharme.
Good morning. I'm Jack Ducharme. I represent the citizens of Madison, Norwich Walk, and Solon in District 111.
And Representative Cardone.
Hello, I'm Barbara Cardone. I represent House District 127, part of Bangor.
Representative Fay.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Jessica Fay. I represent House District 66, which is parts of the towns of Casco, Poland, and Raymond, where the temperature has already risen 20 degrees since I got up this morning.
Let's hope it keeps going up. Representative Hymanson.
Good morning. I'm Patty Hymanson. I represent District 4 in the House, which is parts of York, Wells, Sanford, and all of Ogunquit.
And Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. I am Kristen Cloutier, and I represent House District 60, which is part of my hometown of Lewiston.
And Representative Arata.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Amy Arata, and I represent House District 65, which includes New Gloucester and a part of Poland.
And Senator Davis.
Morning, everybody. My name is Paul Davis. I represent Senate District 4, which is all of Piscataquis County, parts of Somerset and Penobscot. And it was 8 below this morning up there.
Ooh, that is cold. And the House Chair of AFA, Representative Peirce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Teresa Peirce. I represent House District 44, which is the majority of Falmouth. Great to be here today.
Thank you. And I am Donna Bailey. I represent the residents of Senate District 31, which is Saco, Old Orchard Beach, Hollis, Leamington, and part of Buxton. And as I mentioned, I am acting Senate Chair this morning for this portion of the AFA committee, along with our guest, the Judiciary Committee. So without further ado, we'll get started, and we will first hear from Commissioner Figueroa. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Happy Friday. Good morning, Senator Breen, Representative Peirce, and members, Senator Bailey, Representative Peirce, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. I'm Kirsten Figueroa. I am the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. I'm here today to testify in support of LD 1995, the fiscal year 22-23 supplemental budget bill. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront pandemic-induced inflation, and she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's longstanding workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of the Maine's Nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in use of the revenues. The supplemental builds on the investments of the biennial budget and the Maine Jobs Plan, both which were enacted within the last 7 months. Thank you. I think the Attorney General is going to take it from here, Senator.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So welcome, Attorney General Fry, and the Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator Bailey, Representative Peirce, Representative Harnett, members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee and Judiciary Committee. My name is Aaron Fry. I have the privilege of serving as Maine's Attorney General. I appreciate this opportunity to present and provide support for those items that relate to my office. The budget for the Office of the Attorney General begins at page A29. So this first program, the first item is found at page A30. There are 6 initiatives that are listed on that page. The first would provide funding for the approved reorganization of a research assistant titled Human Resources Payroll Assistant to a research assistant titled Human Resources Specialist position that is dedicated to the Administrative Services Division within the office, as well as related costs. The second initiative within the program would request to continue and make permanent one Assistant Attorney General position that is dedicated to the Natural Resources Division here in the office that had previously been established on a limited basis by financial order. This position would be assigned to and support the following departments: the Department of Environmental Protection, the Department of Marine Resources, the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and the Department of Agricultural Conservation and Forestry. That support that the AAG would provide includes litigation, settlement review and negotiation, rulemaking assistance, as well as other legal consultation as needed and required by statute. The third initiative that the committees will see is found. It provides funding for the approved reorganization of a Secretary Associate position to a Secretary Associate Legal position. That position is found in the Investigations Division here in the office. The fourth initiative within this program requests the establishment of one Assistant Attorney General position that would be dedicated to our Professional and Financial Regulation Division. The position would provide similar services as outlined with the prior AAG, only instead to the PFR department. The fifth initiative would continue and make permanent one Assistant Attorney General position that had previously been created on a limited basis by financial order. That position supports the Department of Corrections, provides legal services that include litigation, settlement review, etc. And then the sixth and final initiative under this particular category provides funding for the approved reclassification of a position that is found within the Administrative Services Division. That, of course, since it's a reclass, includes retroactive pay and other related costs. So that addresses the initiatives under the first part of the proposed budget. I don't know, Madam Chair, if you want me to just continue or if this is an appropriate time to take any questions that the committee might have.
I think if you just continue, and we'll take questions from the committee when you're finished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next program that is found within this budget would be found at page A31 under a heading Human Services Division. There are 7 initiatives underneath this program that I'd like to ask for your attention of. The first initiative provides funding for the approved reorganization of one Secretary Legal position to a Secretary Associate Legal position, and that is dedicated to our Child Support Division here in the office. The second initiative would similarly provide for a reorganization of one Secretary Legal position to a Secretary Associate Legal position, this one in the Child Protective Division in the office. The third initiative that's proposed would request to continue and make permanent a research assistant position that's working 40 hours a week. It's assigned under this division. It was continued by Public Law 2021, Chapter 2029. This was a part-time position that was assigned to the Child Protective Division with the funding coming from DHHS. The increases in child protective cases that are filed in court have led to the additional need for Assistant Attorney General's time and related support staff in order to effectively address the number of cases, child welfare cases in the system. As a result, the research assistant position that had previously been funded equally by both the Child Protective Services Division of HHS and the Child Support Division at HHS that have been transferred 100% to just Child Protective Services. So the department has agreed to this additional funding, and it really does leave this part-time need for child support position to fill that in. So this, again, this would continue and make permanent something that the committee had permitted to continue in a prior supplemental. The fourth and fifth initiatives within this program provide funding for the approved reorganization of 2 secretary legal positions to secretary associate legal positions that are dedicated to child protective division work. The sixth initiative would provide funding for the approved reorganization of a secretary legal to a secretary associate legal position that's dedicated to our Department of Health and Human Services division in the office. And then finally, there's a request to establish an Assistant Attorney General position that is dedicated to the Department of Health and Human Services division. This division, this is the general advice division that provides advice to a range of different departments at HHS outside of child protection and child support. The legal needs that the department has experienced have grown exponentially since the last time there was a position added back in 2013. So this position would provide legal services to DHHS general programming that includes litigation, settlement review, etc. So that concludes the baseline budget and initiatives for the Human Services Division, concludes presentation of the initiatives from the office. I do want to draw the committee's attention to support for this office for the request that's found under language part R. Under language part R, there's a transfer of $750,000, a one-time transfer of $750,000 from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the Office of the Attorney General Victim Compensation Fund. Just some background that I think might be relevant to this request. The Victims Compensation Board reviews claims and determines compensation up to an amount of $15,000 of documented losses incurred by victims of violent crime. Funding for this program consists of grant funds that are awarded by the United States Department of Justice, and the state provides matching funds. The grants award mechanism is such that future grants are calculated based on match spending. The match funds, that is to say those funds that the state provides to match the federal funds, are transferred by the judicial branch, which are collected by a portion of fees that are assessed on perpetrators of felony, misdemeanor, and sex trafficking cases. So grant funding has been declining over the past several years because of the limited movement in the court system as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are not seeing those assessments come in at the rate that they were previously coming in. This has resulted in some significant concern in the ability for the Victims Compensation Fund to meet the important work that is required to do. And so this, while we have work to try to maximize the amount of dollars that are available for victims who are requesting this financial support, trends don't look helpful, which is why we're asking for this one-time transfer to keep the fund funded. Thank you for the committee's attention and indulgence. I certainly will be happy to answer any questions that I can today, report back with any questions I don't have the answers for, and will be available for any work sessions on this part of the budget or any other part of the budget that the committee believes I might have some value for moving forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Attorney General Fry. Before we start with committee questions, a couple of housekeeping matters. The first is, I think we've been joined by another member, Representative Babbage from Judiciary. If you'd like to introduce yourself, Representative Babbage.
Thank you very much, Senator Bailey. I have seen and heard everything that's transpired this morning, and I appreciate you bringing me in. My name is Christopher Babbage. I represent House District 8, which is most of the town of Kennebunk.
Thank you, Representative Babbage. And for both panelists and attendees, just want to let you know the process for this morning will be to, again, hear from the department heads or the representatives of the different agencies and have committee members be able to ask questions. Following that, we will open it up to public testimony and move attendees over. So I just wanted to clarify that. So we do have a number of questions, and I apologize. I wasn't looking to see who raised their hand first, so I'm just going to go by order in the squares that I'm seeing in front of me. So Representative Hymanson.
Hello, good morning, Attorney General Fry. Nice to see you from a perch that you used to be on, so welcome. I wondered what factors have caused the legal needs of DHHS to grow exponentially. Could you talk about that?
Certainly, the experience of the, again, this is like the general HHS division of the office, has really been around the rulemaking function, supporting the department on rulemaking. As long as I've been Attorney General, I have shifted. There used to be a split of involuntary commitment hearing work between HHS, which is really where it should be, and there had been some child protection attorneys who had been providing some support up in Bangor. I've put that all underneath the appropriate umbrella of HHS. So they're needing to be available for doing the involuntary commitment hearings. And additionally, HHS, very active, as I'm sure many, if not all of you know, a lot of activity at HHS, a lot of different requirements they have to meet, benchmarks they have to meet. And so we doing the best we can with the folks that we have. But what we have experienced is that there is beginning to be a timeliness concern about the ability to provide that review and feedback, particularly on rulemaking, which had precipitated the recognition that additional AAG time would help ensure that we are able to provide timely legal advice to HHS, given how much activity they've been experiencing. So if I were to put my thumb on the one big thing, it would be the rulemaking process.
Thank you.
Senator Kime.
Thank you. Good morning, Attorney General Fry. Nice to see you. I had a couple of questions. One is about the Victims' Compensation Fund. I'm just wondering, since the backlog of the court kept the assessments from coming in, wouldn't they also similarly keep the funds from being expended? Because my question is, how is a victim determined? Like after something's been adjudicated or before?
I'm going to want to have the opportunity to report back more comprehensively, but I do not understand that there is a requirement of a conviction involving a victim in order for that victim to request funds from the Victim Compensation Fund. There's a number of different reasons why, for example, a defendant may end up not being convicted of a crime in which there can be a nexus to a harm that was experienced by a named victim. So I'm going to want to provide some material, Senator, to you and to the committee that sort of provides that process that the Victim Compensation Fund goes through. But I have never understood that there is a requirement that the victim be somebody where the defendant who perpetrated on them was convicted first, right? Because sometimes it takes cases a long time to work their way through the system. And so I'm going to want to confirm that for you, but there isn't a requirement that, and so that's why there is still expenditure out of the Victim Compensation Fund for people who have qualified based on the criteria for what classifies a person to be eligible. But because we haven't seen it coming in, it compromises the ability for the Victim Comps Fund to do its work.
Right. So then I guess just when you get that information, if you could get us the further information on just a kind of a background snapshot of what that fund, how much is normally coming in and going out, so we can have a better picture of the fund overall, I would appreciate that. And then sure. I had a question that's really just trying to understand language that I don't spend enough time with, so I'm not super familiar. But I am very familiar with the idea of a reclassification of a position, because I think that has to do with just sort of union negotiations and, and basically looking at what a job entails and then moving it sort of up the ladder. But what I don't understand is the difference between what they seem the same, but most of your positions are listed as an approved reorganization. And so I actually don't understand the difference between the two, and I was hoping you could help me understand that.
Well, I hope I might provide some illumination, although I may demonstrate that my time on appropriations did not completely educate me on the reorg reclass, right? So I understand. So all of the reorganizations and reclassifications that are requested from my office, as I believe is the case across agencies, they're proposed and they go through, I think, the Bureau of the Budget, and they're either approved or they're not approved. So there's a step that I have to go through when it goes to reorganizations or reclassifications as an agency head before I can even present it to the legislature for acceptance or not. A reorganization, I believe, is when it is requested by the employee. The employee has indicated that they are doing a job that is different from the job classification that they're presently in. They request that to be reviewed. So that would be the reorganization side. A reclass would be where a supervisor has determined that they have an employee that is doing work that is enhanced or different from what it is that they were brought in on. And so that's in supervisor or employer driven, a reclassification. But again, in both cases, reclass, reorg, they are directed to, they have to get approved. Again, I think it's State Bureau of Human Resources. I could be wrong about that. I hope I'm not. But I think the difference, Senator, that your question really got to is reorg is driven by the employee, reclass is driven by a supervisor.
And so in both, thank you, that is helpful and confusing at the same time. But
Commissioner Figueroa,
I'm glad the commissioner's here.
Clarify that.
I would just love to say that all of the explanation was accurate except reverse.
All right.
Yeah, a reclass involves the employee submitting something and having their job evaluated, and a reorg typically will come from management side saying there's an opportunity for us to shift some positions around. The reclass is signed by the employee at the time of submission, and if that reclass is approved by the Bureau of Human Resources, is accurate, then it's retroactive pay. So usually with a reorg, you won't see, right? With the reclass, you're going to see a bigger number in the current year because we're usually having to go back to the date that the employee signed it. Whereas a reorg will become effective once the legislature and the governor sign the bill, which then means as of that date, we can start assigning those responsibilities and increase the pay in the future. But
so
well done,
helpful.
you, AG Fry. That was pretty spot on.
So then I used a pencil to write that down so I could erase it and fix it. So no harm done here on my paperwork. But just my further question then is just basically the legislature doesn't have an option on either one of these, or do we? Because I was aware that with reclassification, we have we can't actually say no. And then with a reorg, is it basically the same? Like we can't say no.
Well, what I would say with a reclass, there's a process. And by the time the legislature, there's statute that has a process. So by the time the reclass happens and DHR has gone through its process, then it's really just a done deal of shifting. With a reorg, less so because it's being driven by management, and management is proposing that change. So there is an option there. However, I would say that for the most part, management would be able to explain to you exactly why that would be needed or what's happening there. But those job tasks are not assigned until after that reorganization is approved. So there is an opportunity, whereas in a reclass, somebody has said, you've already been doing these tasks, you should get compensated for those, and the job classification should change.
Thank you so much. That was very helpful.
Are you all set now, Senator Khan? Okay. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Attorney General Fry. Attorney General, as you know, I've worked with the Innocence Project to develop post-conviction reforms, which would make it easier for those few innocent souls we have in prison to obtain a hearing. Were you able to put anything in your budget to help facilitate that from your side? I know we have a bill pending, LD54, but this would have been an opportunity to help out on that. And I was just wondering if any of the initiatives will be going towards that.
Thank you for the question. There's no criminal division resource that's requested in this supplemental budget. And I do appreciate there is that bill LD54, if I'm remembering correctly, that is pending. That would probably be the best vehicle to ensure resources that address that need, because it wouldn't just be my office, right? It's also the judicial branch and MCILS that would need that support as well.
Yeah, well, honestly, I'm worried about it because we can't have anybody who's innocent in prison, and we need some help there.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. I would point out that as most of you are aware, the Judiciary Committee, like all committees, will have an opportunity for a report back to AFA, and certainly that may be an opportunity if you have some initiatives that you don't see in the budget that you think should be in the budget, that you could discuss that in your committee and might have an opportunity to put in the report back. So Representative Moriarty.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Attorney General. You just mentioned by name the organization that is at the center point of my question. So at the risk of opening a can of worms, the MCILS received some bad news this week. Is there anything in your budget that would address its funding issues and its ability to provide the services required?
Not in my budget. I mean, as I think, Representative, you're referencing, there was litigation that was filed on Tuesday that was directed at the sufficiency of providing counsel for indigent clients across the state. Yeah. And so we provide legal, as a MCILS as a quasi-governmental agency, right? We do provide legal support for MCILS. We will be representing the state in that. We don't need additional resources for our litigation division to support the, working MCILS through this process. My budget wouldn't, and probably there's good reason why it shouldn't have monies that go to providing indigent legal defense. Right. So we don't have any role in that, and that's probably appropriate that the state doesn't provide funding or withhold funding, I guess I should say, or the prosecutors, I should say, don't provide or withhold funding from defendants. So I don't know if that answers your question, but we don't.
No, it does perfectly, and I wanted to assure myself that your department was not the department to which we should be looking. And you've covered that. Thanks.
Representative Arada.
Thank you. I'm trying to put this big budget puzzle together and figure out where these other special revenue funds are coming from. And I believe that the items on A31 must come from the Health and Human Services budget on A86, but the math doesn't really add up. So that might be a better question for the commissioner. Do you have any?
I think I've learned that maybe some questions are better for the commissioner, given my answer earlier. Certainly, to the extent that it's not something that the commissioner is able to address directly, I can always take that back. And I have appreciated that the committee has asked historically about sort of what other special, where the other special revenue funds are housed. So there can be a crosswalk between the OAG budget and the budget of the agency that's impacted by the spend. But in terms of the math, I think if I could phone a friend for the commissioner on that one.
I think that you're right in that that is a question that's normally asked, so we can crosswalk the request from the department back to the funding.
Right, because the department's asking, Health and Human Services is asking for over $3 million for funding for services performed by the Office of the Maine Attorney General. That's general fund money. And then now we turn the page to A31 and then probably some for A30, and we see, you know, this OSR is funding that. So yeah, it all goes back to the taxpayer eventually. So I'm just trying to figure.
Well, I will say high level, the Office of the Attorney General is a centralized service function. So their funds show up as other special revenue, but as they bill agencies. But you're right, those agencies might use any number of funds to pay that bill, general fund, federal fund, or their other special revenue. I will say that I know that with DHHS, they did a reconciliation between what their Attorney General Office fees and billing is, and reset it because their rates, their federal matching or their other federal funds matching, or sometimes their other special revenue will change. And as they reset that, a different amount lands on the general fund. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, that hadn't happened for a while, and they were out of balance, which is that big request. So that's a little different than just asking for these additional resources that the Attorney General is asking for. They're doing both things in that ask, but we'll put that together on one piece of paper so that you can understand.
Maybe we should break that down, that $3 million, because it's under foster care, you know, foster care adoption assistance under DHHS. And then over here, we see it, you know, a position that's not involved in child protection. So
yeah, will do.
Thank you.
Representative Evangelos, did you have another question about this part of the supplemental budget?
Yes, I wanted to, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up on Representative Moriarty's line on indigent legal. I'm not so sure that what's going on there, you know, beyond defending, or hopefully not defending the lawsuit, there's not much to defend, but that because the system is constitutionally deficient and our defendants aren't getting the right to a fair trial, I mean, it's been documented so many times in our committee. Shouldn't it be in your purview to assure that our people and our defendants are having their constitutional rights protected? Your office's overall mission is to make sure justice is rendered, whether it goes the prosecution's way or not. Shouldn't the civil rights aspect of this concern you?
So first of all, I can't talk about the merits of the allegation. It would be really inappropriate for me to engage in that discussion early on. It is appropriate that my office, in advising client agencies, that we ensure they have robust advice on the full range of issues that they may need to address as part of any litigation or pre-litigation or avoiding litigation. It is accurate that as Attorney General, I'm very concerned about making sure that the access to justice function, particularly when it comes to the defendants accessing a system. I want to make sure that when there's a case that goes through, that a defendant has all the access that they constitutionally require and need in order to make sure that any result of that action is valid, right? That we don't have to get to the point of post-conviction reviews because of ineffective assistance of counsel, right? Or we ensure that a defendant has full access to discovery, full access to the courts, full access to their attorneys. So generally, yes, there is a strong interest of me, my office, and making sure that there's robust enjoyment of the rights that all citizens in Maine are afforded by the federal and state constitution. I really can't talk about how that's going to play out, though, in the context of this litigation that was filed on Tuesday.
Understood on the lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harnett?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And this is actually may I pose a process question to the chair as a follow-up to the comments from Representative Moriarty and Representative Evangelos. We did hear recently from MCILS, actually the day they were sued, and I'm not talking about the lawsuit, but we have a bill on the table, I believe it's 1686, which was to establish a geographically limited public defender's office. And we also heard concerns from the executive director of MCILS about their inability to provide legal services to indigent defendants in certain parts of the state. Is the appropriate course for us to take to include those concerns about the bill on the table and the other concerns raised by the executive director in our report back to the AFA?
My answer would be yes, and I see the House Chair shaking her head as well. So yes, that would be an appropriate place for you to put those.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Representative Purse, did you have a question?
Thank you so much. I actually don't have a question. I just have a thank you to the good AG. He is a former member of the AFA committee, and he brought us the little tribute today of whoopie pies in the office. Really stepping up. I'm going to share with Representative Jorgensen that you have outdone him and he needs to step up his game, but we appreciate the gesture. And I think they're pretty much already gone, although we'll make sure everybody gets one who's here. So want to thank you for that and entertaining all of our questions today. It's great to see you.
Thank you, Representative Person. Yes, hide some of those until some of us can get to the State House. Thank you. Further questions for Attorney General Fry? Representative Babbage.
Yes, thank you. And Representative Peirce is painfully reminding us that it's been a long time since judiciary has received any tribute. But if the committee would indulge me, would the Attorney General please, I realize the draw on the general fund and other special revenue that is in the budget, but help me to understand how federal funds impact the Attorney General's office.
Well, I think maybe a couple of broad categories, and I'm hoping that I'm looking for the commissioner too. She may need to correct me on this as well. We may receive federal funding in a couple of different ways. One, there may be federal funding that supports an agency's ability to pay for legal services that are required by the agency. So as was discussed earlier, in response to, as part of a response to Representative Arada's question, DHHS will receive funding from different sources, including federal funds, and some of that federal money may support for the agency their access to legal services to the AG's office. An example of that may be we have the healthcare crimes fraud unit that is completely paid for by federal funds that flow through DHHS, but it's federal funding that pays for our ability to go after different crimes that may involve federal resources. The office may also receive federal grants or be the pass-through for some federal grants that then get distributed out. Some of, I believe we're the home for some federal grant funds that support a statewide coordinator for victim compensation fund, victim witness advocate. There's federal dollars that flow through that end up helping us provide for that position. I'm not aware, although I'll correct myself if I'm wrong, I'm not aware of any direct receipt of federal funds that we directly translate into services for this office. I don't know if that's responsive to your question, Representative, but
it helps a lot. So thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I see that we've been joined by the Senate Chair of Judiciary, Senator Carney. If you'd like to introduce yourself and welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. I'm Ann Carney. I represent Senate District 29.
Thank you. And further questions from committee members for Attorney General Fry? And Representative Babbage, is your hand up from before? Thank you. All right, seeing none, we will move on to the next portion of this morning's hearing, which we're going to hear about the Human Rights Commission portion of the supplemental budget. And I see Director Amy Sneerson. Welcome. The Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Amy Sneerson. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission. Good morning, Senator Bailey and Senator Carney, Representatives Person Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Judiciary. I'm always grateful to come second after the Office of the Attorney General. It puts our ask in perspective. We are a very small agency. We're the state agency, quasi-independent entity with a single program to enforce the state's anti-discrimination law, the Maine Human Rights Act. I supervise 13.5 full-time employees, and page 2 of our written testimony shows our budget. There is one initiative in the governor's supplemental budget proposal. It's on page A115. And I'm also grateful that there was already a discussion this morning about reclassifications and reorganizations, because the one initiative that is presented in the governor's supplemental budget relates to a management initiated employee reclassification. To further complicate the discussion from before about the difference between a reorganization and a reclassification, I'm going to offer what my understanding is, and I hope that Commissioner Figueroa will step in if I get it wrong, because we have the one initiative that we are presenting is related to a previously approved management initiated reclassification. And I'm mentioning management initiated because a reorganization typically, in my understanding, is where management wants to shift perhaps positions around, reorganize their structure, rededicate staff. A reclassification can be either management initiated when the management sees that a position should change and what it's doing and how it is compensated. But as the commissioner mentioned before, an employee can initiate their own reclassification request if they believe that their job duties have changed, and so should their compensation. So the one initiative presented in the governor's budget for our agency relates to a management initiated reclassification, because at the time that it was in the biennial budget, what was included at that time was the costs to make the reclassification effective going forward, which the commissioner noted earlier. What was not included and what should have been included was also the retroactive costs. And the reason for that, and perhaps it's unique to this fact situation, is that, and I noted it in my footnote on page 2, is that we had two things happening at the same time with respect to our commission investigators. We had 6 positions. One employee had submitted an employee-initiated reclassification request. We also, management, had submitted a management-initiated request. They were, I'm just going to simplify it vastly and say they were all approved at the same time. And the employee, theirs was clearly retroactive, and that was paid out as part of the biennial budget. Because they're all part of the same bargaining unit, we are now told by BHR that all the other investigator positions, they should also receive retroactive pay. So that is what is contained in the governor's supplemental budget for our agency. For FY22, it's a one-time payout of $21,458 to give retro pay to our 5 other investigator positions. We are asking for one additional initiative that is not in the governor's supplemental budget, and that is discussed on pages 2 and 3 of our submission. We are seeking to add a position and to have funding to make that effective for an accounting technician. Our agency, we have essentially 3 administrative staffers to handle the 1,200 intakes and 700 or 800 complaints we receive each year. They do all the case processing, commission meeting work, everything administrative other than what the investigators do or what I do or commission counsel does. And they are strained to keep up with the workload. Even before the pandemic, our agency we are always struggling to keep up with the flow of paper. Since that time, since the pandemic, we've shifted to largely electronic work, which has increased the amount of IT needs that our agency has. We do all of our hearings and conferences and interviews remotely. So even with the addition of all the IT needs, we tend to handle as much of our work internally as possible because we enforce the State Human Rights Act in employment, housing, public accommodations, education, and extension of credit. And we are called on not infrequently to investigate other state entities. It is very awkward for us to do that. We try to handle everything that we can internally. But with respects to account payables, and that's really what this accounting tech position would be focused on. We, in offering more mediations out of our agency, and there's a section in our submission that talks about our mediation program, which has increased over time. It's self-funded. There's no cost to provide actual mediation. Parties pay for the mediation service. It flows through our agency. We pay, they pay a fee. It's voluntary. It's not mandatory. They pay a fee. We pay the mediator. The paperwork associated with that, the accounts payable associated with that, the coding, whether a particular account is hit for our HUD funds, our EEOC funds, our general funds, redacting parties' names because it's confidential, the paperwork associated with it, the electronic work associated with it, has become hard to keep up with. And the program keeps growing in popularity, which is fantastic, but it just takes more and more work. We've tried training staff internally. We've tried hiring staff with expertise on the state systems. We've tried utilizing the state service center to help us process payments, and none of them are doing the trick. So really what we're asking for here is to have the opportunity to hire an accounting technician to help us make sure that we are paying mediators and interpreters and vendors so that we can keep our programs going. The cost in FY22 would be an additional $22,111. The cost in 2023 would be $74,768. And we have more detail available on where we're getting those costs. They're all from BHR, the Bureau of Human Resources. So that is our one additional request. The chart on page 4 of our written submission gives you what a total would be, including both what the governor had included in her supplemental budget proposal and adding on what we are asking for to provide the totals. So if you were to agree to fund both the governor's proposed initiative and the one that we're requesting in addition, the cost to the general fund in FY 2022 would be $43,569. And in 2023, $74,768. And with that, I just wanted to say thank you, and also to the clerks who are so helpful for your time. And I'm happy to answer any questions now or at the work session. And thanks very much.
Thank you, Director Smearson. Any questions from committee members for Director Smearson? Senator Khan.
So my question isn't actually for Director Smearson, although hello. I actually am looking for where I find the submissions that go along with LD1995, like the testimony.
Yes, so you can find that on the AFA committee site, and if you go under the schedule and the public hearings, and you'll see it's broken down, and you should be able to click on the testimony plus button.
Okay.
You may have to scroll down. I notice sometimes that it gives like the testimony from the beginning, so you may need to scroll down, but that's how I find it. And certainly if Judith or Maureen want to give better directions, they can jump on, but
Madam Chair,
yes.
why don't we ask Maureen to put it in the link
Oh,
or in the
perfect.
chat, put the link in the chat, and then you guys can click on it.
Great
Thank
idea.
you.
Thank you. So Maureen, if you could do that, thank you very much. Further questions for Director Sneerson? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Director.
You too. Thank you and have a good morning.
Thank you. We're next going to hear from the Judicial Department, and I see Dennis Corliss is here. And I don't know if Amy Quinlan is going to be joining us too, or is it just going to be you, Dennis?
I'm here, Senator.
Oh, there you are. You popped up. Thank you. So, Amy, are you going to be the one presenting this morning?
I am. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Appreciate
All
it.
right. The Zoom floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Bailey and Representative Parse, Senator Carney and Representative Harnett, and joint members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriation and Financial Affairs and Judiciary. My name is Amy Quinlan, and I was recently appointed as State Court Administrator for the Judicial Branch. I want to introduce my colleague, Dennis Corliss, who you all know. He is the Chief of Finance and Administration. He also served in the role as acting State Court Administrator after the retirement of Ted Glassner at the end of last year. And he's going to tell me if I run astray here. So I appreciate the time. We very much appreciate the time to speak to you about our initiatives. We wanted to offer a little bit of context for our requests before we get into them specifically. Like many others during the pandemic, we have had to substantially rework the way we do business in a very short period of time. We've revamped our processes and turned to technology solutions, including video conferencing and remote proceedings to keep our dockets moving. We view that as a pandemic response, but also something that has turned out to be very beneficial to our system partners statewide, and a tool that we think will be beneficial to all moving forward. So we're looking to use that going forward as well. But one of the things that we've learned as a result of this fantastic tool is that it takes a lot of time. We're very much still a paper business. And so the turn to remote proceedings and all of the things that support that have created a substantial amount of additional work, and sometimes just double the amount of work for our clerks in particular as they process the paper, but now also have to do all of the things to support the remote proceedings. In addition, our marshals are critical, as you well know, and they have served on the front line in our courts to make sure that folks who are coming into our facilities are safe. So that's been a critical piece. But despite all of these technologies and introduction of new processes and the like, we have developed a backlog, and I know that you are all aware of that, and we are keenly aware of that. And we have been trying to address it. And while we are keeping pace at the moment, we have not been able to address the backlog in any meaningful way. And one of the things that we have come to recognize as a result of the pandemic is that the judicial branch, quite frankly, has some pretty significant resource deficiencies. And so being that this is a supplemental budget, we sought to be very targeted in our approach and very focused on our request to address the backlog, but also will help us in the long term, particularly since we intend to keep many of these processes and technologies because we see them as a critical tool moving forward. So essentially, our requests fall into three buckets, if you will. Additional positions to assist not only with the backlog, but to add to our capacity to process our cases going forward. We have asked for funding to support our technologies and enhance those capabilities, as well as reorganizing some positions to be able to use that technology more effectively going forward. We recognize that some of these positions are critical so that we're using these technologies in the courtroom effectively. And then finally, we have some one-time requests that are specific to the backlog that will address that. So I want to start with our first request on page 126, number 1. This request seeks 2 law clerk positions previously established by financial order. The reason is twofold. One is backlog to assist with that. But the second is to help perform the in-depth review of debt buyer actions required under 32 MRS section 11019. That section requires a jurist or law clerk to review debt buyer actions for legal sufficiency. And even before the pandemic, the volume of those cases were drawing our law clerks away from assisting with other case types. Our number 2 request, this is the first of 3 requests for assistant clerks for a total of 10 assistant clerk positions. I think you all know how critical our clerks are to court operations and all of the things that they do. Their workload has been tremendously increased, not only as we attempt to address the backlog, but also with the remote proceedings, which again are a great tool, but just take longer time to process and really have doubled their work in many instances. Our request number 3, this is one of those sort of one-time positions or requests to address specifically the backlog. This continues 10 intermittent project referee positions previously established by financial order. Essentially, this is a program where currently we're looking to retired jurists to take on the role of referee, to provide decisions on referred cases, to address the backlog in non-jury, family, and civil cases. And some of these costs that you'll see here are associated with that program, including costs for a Zoom hosting service designed for court activity. Really what we're trying to do here is get to the backlog without further stressing existing resources. So we're trying to build capacity while we address the backlog in this fashion and not task the clerks, court clerks, or use them as minimally as possible so that we can get to the backlog in a targeted way and then move on from there. Our request number 4, this is a bit of an innovative request. You will recall last year that we came to you with a request for 20 marshals, specifically related to entry screening, which is so key to make sure that our doors are open to the public and how critical they were before the pandemic and continue to be. We were grateful for the 10 positions we got last year. This builds on that request, but we're reworking it a little bit. We have had some difficulty in recruiting for the 10 positions we got last year. We've been able to fill many of them, but not all. Like law enforcement agencies statewide and across the country, we're all going after the same pool of applicants. So this is an attempt to address that issue in a creative way by establishing 10 court attendant positions to work as jury officers. And in the control room to support the Office of Judicial Marshals. These will not be required to be law enforcement certified, but by providing these vital tasks, we will hopefully free up our deputy marshals to do more of the entry screening and on the floor tasks where a law enforcement certification is key. So we hope that this is a creative way to address that issue. Our request number 5 on page 126. This request provides funding for increased lease costs of multiple court locations, including Portland, Bridgeton, Rumford, Calais, and Ellsworth. I don't think that the increased lease costs will come as a surprise to you, not only in particular in Portland with the increased lease costs there and the cost for parking. I can break that down further for you if you have more questions, but that's what that goes to address. Our number 6 request on page 126, this is the second of those 3 assistant clerk positions that I mentioned. We are seeking here to reallocate 3 assistant clerk positions from the foreclosure diversion program to the general fund. These are existing and unfunded positions. And while they remain vacant due to the lack of funding, they are needed to support workloads and additional tasks created during the pandemic that will continue into the future. Again, those remote proceedings and remote processes, which we're envisioning as being key to the way we're conducting business going forward, and have been so critical to many of our system partners. Request number 7, we're actually removing because that fund has stabilized. We make these requests obviously really ahead of time. And so we're happy to report that that fund is stabilized. So we are actually removing that request. Number 8 on page 126. We're making this request on behalf of the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund Commission. We're requesting one-time additional funding for civil legal services. This initiative increases the all other allocation by 1.3 million in fiscal year 2023 and is supported by the transfer of funds by the state controller in part JJ on page 44 of the language document. I'll speak to that at the end. On to page 127, request number 1. This again goes to the technology that we've been speaking about, really looking for additional funding to be able to enhance those capabilities. Remote technology for the courts in these proceedings is key because they're and a little bit more difficult, well, not more difficult for the courts to do because there are constitutional rights that have to be accounted for while we're doing these proceedings, including the creation of record, court record and the like. This additional request goes to support those functionalities that will assist us with making the remote proceedings even more efficient going forward. Request number 2 on page 127. This is really a housekeeping item. This request provides all other funding for the statewide cost allocation plan in the 4D account. Number 3 is also a housekeeping measure. This really reallocates several positions from other special revenue to the general fund. All other is transferred into the personal services to fund these reallocations. These positions are key and critical to our operations, and we want to ensure that the funding source is consistent with the responsibilities of the position. Some of these positions are taking on additional responsibilities beyond what they were originally allotted to do. That includes a reallocation. These were 100% funded by other special revenue, and we're seeking to reallocate as follows. 1 manager of court alternative dispute resolution position, and 1 foreclosure diversion manager, program manager position changed, reallocated to the general fund 35% and other special revenue at 65%. Second is a data administrative assistant position. The change to that we're seeking is to the general fund by 55% and other special revenue 50. That number doesn't work. I will ask Dennis to check that on the percentages. 55 and 55 add up to more than 100. So I think we have a miscalculation there. But we'll get back to you on that. Number 4, also we are removing that for the same reasons as the previous one. That fund is stabilized. So we're happy to report that and are taking that off of the table. Our request number 5, page 127. This is the second of the 3 clerk requests that I mentioned. Here we're seeking to reorganize. No, I'm not. That's the next one. I apologize. I skipped over number 5, which is a different request. I apologize. This one reorganizes the administrative data assistant to a court management analyst to reflect the work to be performed. That relates back to the request under on page 127, number 3. Essentially, we're looking to build our capacity for court management analyst positions in anticipation of Odyssey. And also we've just had a significant increase in requests for information and data, not only internally, but externally as well. course, this helps us to make sure that what we're doing in the judicial branch is efficient and provides information to you all and beyond to make sure that what the judicial branch is working consistent with our mission. Number 6 is the one I was referring to. This is the last of the clerk requests. This is, we're seeking to continue 2 assistant clerk positions previously established by financial order. And again, I'm sure you all know the criticality of the work that they do. And again, this is a result of all of the remote work that we're doing and the hope that we can continue this going forward. Request number 7 on page 127. Here, what we're essentially doing is seeking to provide funding to increase our deputy marshal temporary staffing services. We're looking to bring that pay for our temporary staffing up to the level of an entry-level marshal position, so to $20 in this instance. Number 8 on 127, page 127, we're seeking to establish a human resource generalist position. Even before the pandemic, our human resources department was understaffed, but that's been drastically exacerbated by the pandemic, and we're looking to build capacity there as well. Those positions are critical for the entire branch operations. On page 128, number 1, again, this is another request that is, you'll see us trying to shift to our new use of technology, which again has been so beneficial. This is seeking to reorganize 1 court reporter position to a court technology assistant position and transfers personal services savings to all other to fund temporary court reporting staff contracts. And then number 2 on page 128, again, this goes to establish a second court management analyst position. Again, for the reasons that we stated before, that just the demand on the ability to process data, not only in anticipation of Odyssey, but also by all of the requests, and to really take a look at what we're doing and the efficiency of how we're doing it. This position is funded 75% from the general fund and 25% with federal funds from our court improvement program grant. And again, seeking to build capacity there. And number 3 on page 128, this one needs to be tweaked a little bit. I think our numbers are slightly different, so we'll have to come back to you on the work session, but essentially here we're looking to establish a field tech position and 4 courtroom technology, courtroom technicians, again, for the same reasons, all of the equipment in the courtrooms to be able to do not only the Zoom hearings, but also to the extent that we're running hybrid hearings where some of the folks are appearing in person and some are appearing by Zoom, to make sure that constitutional mandates are met, including creating that very important court record and making sure that equipment is working so that we're not delaying proceedings and the like. Again, focusing on our new technology capabilities. And then moving on to the language section, in part JJ, going back to that request that was on page 126, number 8, where we're seeking to increase the all other allocation by 1.3 in fiscal year 2023. And this allocation is supported by the transfer of funds by the state controller in part JJ on page 44 of the language document. This part authorizes the state controller to transfer $1.3 million from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the main civil legal services other special revenue funds account. Like all of us, COVID has created complexities and additional stresses on the main legal services community. There are many more requests for their assistance, both in the pandemic and beyond, with the use of remote proceedings and all of the like great tools, but it has definitely put stresses on the system, and this will help serve the main population that is looking for those so important services. I want to just go back for a minute because Dennis just did give me the numbers for the request that was on page 127, number 3, and the division and the allocation should be 55% OSR and then 45% from the general fund. So that concludes our request, and I very much appreciate your time and attention. I'm happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Quinlan. Questions from the committee for Ms. Quinlan? Representative Arata.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. As a member of the Government Oversight Committee, I received, the whole committee received a report from lawyers who participate in the Indigent Legal Services program. And one thing that was a recurring theme was that they're frustrated by the waste of time and driving across the state for a hearing and then having it dismissed, and and how they also mentioned how they love having Zoom hearings when possible because they don't have to drive and waste time driving. Is this spending, a significant portion of this spending, going to help with that issue or those issues?
We believe so. We understand the importance of this technology moving forward, and also, there are a lot of stresses as the system, as we work as a system. Any of the delays or any part of the system that's not working well puts pressures on others. So we have had difficulty with scheduling, and particularly, where attorneys have been scheduled with multiple cases, trying to move those cases forward. We can all go as fast as each of us can. So yeah, the remote technologies has been key for attorneys and litigants to be able to access justice without having to go to a courthouse. It's made things easier in many regards. It does take longer, the processes take longer, but there are efficiencies in other parts of the system. So you're absolutely right, Representative. That is a key piece to what we are planning going forward. And we think we can see how helpful it's been, and we believe that continuing that will be key going forward. So yes, the answer to that question is yes.
Okay, thank you. May I ask another question?
Sure.
So Part JJ, the Civil Legal Services Fund, you mentioned that that's been used already. What sort of cases are being heard? Is it low-income people suing their employer, or what kind of cases are you seeing?
There's a myriad of cases that they cover, from family cases to landlord-tenant cases and beyond. And any reason anyone would go to court, just for these folks, they're not able to afford an attorney, and so all of the important rights that anyone else has, these folks are assisting with that.
Are you seeing any cases where both litigants are receiving help from this fund to sue each other?
So I would think that would happen in family cases. I can certainly get back to you with more information about all of the different cases and maybe some of the breakout if you'd like. But I would think particularly in family matters that could be true.
I would just point out that we're only passing this money through. So it was something worked out with the commission and the governor's office. It's just in our budget because they aren't a state agency. And because we collect some of our fees that we collect pass through them, we're passing this money on to them as well. So we just pass it on in whole and involved in the day-to-day of how they use those funds.
Okay, if we could get information on how those funds are being used, I would like to have that if possible. Thank you for answering my questions, both of you.
Further questions for Ms. Quinlan or Mr. Corliss? Senator Khan.
Thank you. Good morning. So my question, and I'm going to dig in a little more into, thinking through the positions that have been asked for. My question is really about the backlog overall. And I recognize a lot of these positions, you've named the backlog and the changes that brought about through COVID protocols and the need for these positions. But I'm wondering, what can you give us for numbers as far as how how quickly you see yourself, see the courts being able to address the backlog with these, and what we're looking at for you catching up on what's going on.
So I can tell you that we've been able to make some headway, but no significant amount at present. I don't know that we have a projection specifically, but I would say that, certainly in certain areas, it's going to take a couple of years to work through that backlog. It's just substantial, and will take us time to work through it. These new positions will certainly help with that. And, depending upon how well our program right now in a pilot phase with the referee program and how that expands, we can't say specifically, but we're hopeful that, that these will work, these will go far, at least to start in some of these cases to address the backlog. The additional clerk positions will address the backlog for sure, but they are also meant to assist us longer term. So not just with the backlog, they're not just targeted for the backlog, they're targeted to all of the additional processes, the remote proceedings and the like that will be with us going forward.
I find that answer to be too ambiguous for my liking. And I think that you've heard me say this before, and I don't mind being a broken record on this, but the backlog in the courts has seriously impacted people's lives. And I hear about this. This is what I'm hearing from my constituents. And so this is, a substantial amount of positions, and the backlog is very substantial. And the courts play such an important role in society, access to justice, and the practical, the almost shutdown of what happened in the courts and the impact on people's lives has been really serious. So for the enormous kind of burden that I feel for the people not being able to have access to justice and being able to move on from some really unfortunate things in their lives, and then for us to get a request for all these positions without any numbers as far as how many cases this is going to help move, or how soon the courts are going to be able to move through the backlog, and for us to hear, well, we hope this is going to help. What I'm hearing from people, and then what I'm hearing from you, the urgency doesn't match. The situation is dire in some people's lives, and then what I'm hearing from the courts is it's not matching what I see as a need. So I would like, maybe some further work to be given to us, some further thought being put into these positions, and saying, here's the ones that are going to help us most with addressing the backlog. Here's our target for addressing the backlog, and where we'd like to see ourselves at in X amount of months or whatever. And I know it's all people, and it's all a shifting, like who decides to fight what and who decides to settle and all of things. And I understand it's very hard to predict, but if you can't, then I don't know who can. And I know that other states do not have this serious of a backlog. And, I've been trying to get information on other states, but I know that ours is substantial, and that is not what I've seen from what I have been able to grasp from other states in the nation. And yet we've all faced COVID alike. So I guess I'm asking for further information on the positions, and then your plan going forward for, what in real numbers this means in addressing the backlog.
So I appreciate that, Senator Kleiman. And if I gave you the impression that we were being lackadaisical in this approach, that's certainly not what was intended. The issue here is that there's not just one lever, there's not just one piece. What I was trying to convey is that it's not just fix this at the courts and all of these things will be addressed. There are many, many different reasons that go into the backlog, not just at the court level, but beyond. attorneys who have schedules with 3, 4, 5 cases now in backlog, who are trying to handle these cases, can only handle one case at a time. We can schedule those cases, but then we're inundating those attorneys. And, the issue goes beyond to litigants who are dealing with healthcare issues and COVID-related issues and work-related issues. And when they can't come to court and they ask for a continuance, of course, we're going to want to work with them. But it is a multifaceted issue. What we're trying to do is bring different approaches to address the backlog. And you're right, it is very substantial. Some of the ways we've sought to do that is through one-time programs like the referee program that I've mentioned. And we're hoping that by taking resources outside the courts and applying them to the caseload, that will work. But that's not just an easy thing to stand up. We've done it in record speed, and we're hopeful that it will address many of these cases. But we have, I think, 2 or 5 starting. If we can expand capacity, that will certainly help. The clerk positions and the marshal positions and all of the others, the court attendant positions, are all trying to address issues that we've identified as contributors to the backlog. Entry screening, we have to provide it, particularly in a pandemic. There are frontline actors who are screening folks going through the courthouse. We have, in instances, had to close those courtroom doors to the public when we can't provide it. So we're seeking to increase that. The number that I gave you with the court attendants should complete our request from last year to allow us to do this. And we're hopeful that in that instance, we won't have to close courtroom doors and can process cases that way. The clerks and all of that, that's been a need longstanding. And adding them to the complement will not only help us to process cases with our judges, but will also go to address some of the long-standing demand that we know when cases aren't getting heard in a timely fashion. We know that. But we can't give you a precise number, not because we don't appreciate the urgency of it. We very much do. We are cognizant of it every day. But because when you pull a lever in a system and you change something in a system, there's no finite way of determining the length of time that it takes to feel those changes within the system. I can tell you, though, that we're doing things like relooking at scheduling, which we know has been an issue, and working with our system partners to come up with innovative ways to do that. So we're very cognizant of the fact that the way we did business pre-pandemic, which was all in paper and in person and bringing folks together, is just not working. I wish I had a finite time. I truly wish I did. We can certainly report to you as we go through, but it is really difficult to say for that reason. If there was one issue or one thing that needed to be changed, or even a couple of things that needed to be changed, that answer would be much easier. But because it's multifaceted, because of all the interdependencies in the system, it makes it difficult.
I appreciate that answer, and I understand that the courts have looked to be creative, and even the court attendant positions. As an example of that, I'm wondering, with the 10 marshal positions that were given last year and you haven't been able to fill, how many of those have been filled at this point?
I believe that number is at 8. So 8 of the 10 have been filled. So we've had success. It's taken a while. Again, we're in with the court attendant, with a switch in that request, we're really seeking to improve recruitment there. So hopefully it'll be helpful.
Yeah, understood. Thank you so much for your answer.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Quinlan or Mr. Corliss? Seeing none, I would just like to say that I do appreciate the judicial branch trying to think outside of the box. I think the referee program and the dropping the marshals down to court attendants are both examples, again, of the judicial branch trying to think outside of the box to address this backlog. And again, I would certainly ask the Judiciary Committee, as they work on their report back. If they have any other innovative ideas, we would certainly here in AFA love to hear about those. So thank you. And with that, we will next hear from Pine Tree Legal Assistance. I think Chet Randall is here, ready to testify. There he is. Thank you, Mr. Randall. The Zoom floor is yours.
Good morning, Senators Bailey and Carney, Representatives Peirce and Harnett, and members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, as well as those of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Chet Randall, and I am the Acting Executive Director of Pine Tree Legal Assistance. I also live in Portland, where I have been for 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1995's allocation for funding of legal services to veterans at the Togus VA Medical Center, and that item is found at A144 of the budget. Jay Martin, the Legal Services for the Elderly, will provide comments later on JJ and help answer questions regards to that. This morning, I would like to take a few minutes of your time to describe to you the partnership we have with Togus that this funding specifically supports. I'd like to review briefly the services we provide to veterans through the partnership. And finally, I'd like to share with you a client story that demonstrates one way in which we help veterans through the Togus partnership. Several years ago, with seed money from a private foundation, we launched the unique medical legal partnership at Togus, which was the first and only veterans medical legal partnership in Maine. A medical legal partnership integrates the unique expertise of a lawyer into healthcare settings to help clinicians, case managers, and social workers address civil legal issues at the root of so many health challenges. Our Togus Medical Legal Partnership was one of the first in the country, being just the 11th established nationwide at that time. Our Togus partnership became a leader in delivery of legal services to veterans. Indeed, the National Center for Medical Legal Partnerships used Pine Tree's materials to help develop a manual for best practices for newly developing veteran medical legal partnerships across the country. Pine Tree has also leveraged other resources, and we have become a leader in using telehealth tools at Togus, which allows Pine Tree to serve veterans living in rural areas who receive healthcare at Togus. The VA has highlighted our use of telehealth services at national conferences and at meetings. So now, when a Togus medical provider or other Togus staff person identifies a veteran with a civil legal need, they can simply prescribe legal services that acts as a direct referral to Pine Tree Legal Assistance. Pine Tree has an office on the Togus campus. A Pine Tree attorney staffs the office twice a week to accept referrals and provide direct legal services to veterans. In addition to direct legal services, Pine Tree provides training to Togus medical and non-medical staff on how to identify civil legal needs of veterans that can improve health outcomes and their lives. One important category of legal services we provide is assistance with specific veteran issues such as discharge upgrades and character of service determinations. I've explained what those are a little bit more in my written testimony. But also important to veterans, we provide veterans at Togus with legal assistance related to housing stability, discrimination, Social Security, and veterans benefits. We help with consumer protection issues, credit reporting, utility terminations, auto issues, debt-related issues, and medical billing problems. In my written testimony, I provided the story of Tina, a veteran who we helped fight for an upgrade, a discharge upgrade, after she was dishonorably discharged following a sexual assault. I would like to share the story of another veteran we served today, right now. I'd like to tell you about Dexter. In the fall of 2019, Dexter needed shoulder replacement surgery, which he knew his VA benefits covered. Anxious that he needed the surgery done as soon as possible, Dexter requested pre-approval from the Veterans Administration to have it done outside of the VA. The VA approved the request, and Dexter did have the surgery. Following the surgery, Dexter experienced alarming symptoms and went to an emergency room outside of the VA. Although the VA although the VA authorization provided coverage for follow-up services related to the surgery, the VA denied coverage for the cost of his emergency room visit. Dexter was responsible for the expensive emergency room visit. He attempted to fight the bill, but he couldn't get anywhere with the VA. Months went by, and in that time, the bill damaged Dexter's credit and caused so much stress that high blood pressure had become a significant health problem for him. Dexter reached out to a staff attorney at Pine Tree through the Medical Legal Partnership for Veterans at Togus. The attorney investigated Dexter's situation and contacted the local and national offices of the VA administration to correct the problem. When the attorney met resistance, we collaborated with the offices of Senator Susan Collins. Ultimately, we determined that there had been a simple coding error that caused the billing mistake. Once we were able to get the VA to correct the coding, the VA approved payment and the debt went away. Dexter later stated to us, when the Pine Tree attorney called me to let me know that the debt had been resolved, it was like I could breathe again. Unfortunately, our seed money from the private foundation has run out, and there is no sustained funding to continue the work for clients like Dexter and Tina at the Togus Medical Center collaboration. The allocation in LD 1995 is necessary to support the Togus Medical Legal Partnership and even begin to expand on it. With this allocation, we will be able to continue to serve veterans like Tina and Dexter and many others. I am happy to answer any questions, and I thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Questions from committee members for Mr. Randall? Representative Harnett.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Chet, nice to see you again. Thank you for being here. Can you give me roughly an idea of how many veterans you're able to provide services to a year?
Representative Herman, I'm not able to do that for you right now, but I can easily get that for you and share it with the leadership of the committees. But yeah, I don't want to speculate. I can go ahead and get those numbers for you.
Thank you. I guess what I'm trying to get at is you mentioned that your clients are given a legal prescription, basically a prescription to get legal services. Are you able to fulfill all those prescriptions?
No, we're not able to. We have to, in order to be able to meet the needs, we have to set priorities. And by doing that, there's a necessity that we limit the types of cases that we take to a certain core group of them. And when inevitably we have to say no to requests that we get, unfortunately. And that is true, and it always has been true. So we are not currently able to meet the full need, and there is additional unmet need, both in the very much so in the veteran community broadly and at the Togus campus as well.
Thank you very much for your answers, and thank you for this service that you provide. It's a wonderful
Thank
program.
you, Representative Parnett.
Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Randall, what's your current staffing allocation? Are you fully staffed?
Do you mean broadly across the program, Representative? Or
yes.
The project?
Yeah, across the board.
We are not, when you ask if we're fully staffed, we do not have, we have a couple of positions with vacancies for which we're hiring, for which we've received new funding. But even with those positions filled, we will not be able to meet the need that and demands and requests for services at Pine Tree Legal Assistance. There is still a significant number of cases, thousands of cases we have to reject for lack of capacity, generally speaking. The funding that we're asking for today, the allocation for the Togus Medical Legal Partnership, is sufficient to provide the support of one full-time attorney dedicated to the Togus campus and some additional support by non-attorney staff, but that's nominal. Generally speaking, even once we fill the current vacancies that we have, we will still be in a position in which we are rejecting thousands of requests for assistance for lack of capacity. It's an incredible challenge. And I can tell you that in this period of COVID, legal services, I think I can speak for other programs, has felt like an era of pure triage because of the volume requests that we're getting and the dire circumstances many of the clients in low-income communities across Maine are experiencing. And so I think it's fair to say that we're not fully staffed is the final answer, I think.
Follow up, if I may, Madam Chair.
Of course.
Is there a solution?
An investment in legal services, broadly speaking, that helps us make that need and fill that need is essential. It's essential to our main community, our low-income community, our access to justice. Is essential for the smooth functioning of the courts. And I think beginning with this line item, the other line item, JJ, as an investment in legal services, is an important step towards that solution, Representative. And I'll leave it there. Clearly, there is a gap in the number of people who are available to serve what the need. That gap can only be met through investment. We do need more than what is offered in JJ, but it's an important first step. And certainly for TOGAS, for purposes of the medical legal partnership, to serve those who have served us as veterans, it's only a beginning. We could use a handful more staff at TOGAS and the other medical health clinics that the VA operates, including the new facility in Portland, that we can't and don't have the resources to place staff at. So the investment is essential. And I think that's the first step to a solution, Representative. Thank you for that question.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Babbage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Randall, I applaud your organization and what you are accomplishing and trying to accomplish in service to our veterans. And I'm not running for re-election. I wanted to point out that the allocation you've requested is not an increase from the request you made. I checked it out for 2020-21. How much of that allocation was approved? Can you tell me?
My recollection is that the item you're seeing at A144 made it to your table at appropriations, but then everything stopped, is my recollection, and was never funded. So it hasn't changed at all. I think that was as a result of COVID, is my recollection.
Yes, I was actually referring to the supplemental of 2 years ago. I didn't know if you received that state funding request that you made 2 years ago in the supplemental at that time.
I apologize for not being certain on this. I think I should clarify that as the acting executive director, I did not play a role in that budget, in those proposals. My recollection, though, is to the extent that we had sought specific funding for TOGAS, we did not receive that allocation 2 years ago at all. And we've been trying through patchwork and robbing Paul to pay Peter to keep the project going.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions for Mr. Randall? So I have a question in regards to the information you're going to be getting for the work session. And following up on Representative Harnett's question, you were going to get for him the total number of veterans that the TOGAS project has served on an annual basis. But as part of that, I would also like to know, if it's available, the number that you have had to turn away in the TOGAS project as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Randall? Seeing none, that will close out this portion of the public hearing. We're next going to hear from members of the public who wish to testify on this aspect of the supplemental budget. I will be moving people over from the attendees list to the panelists list in order to give their testimony. Be doing that just in the order that they show up in the attendee list, which is alphabetical by first name. So I'll first be moving over Charles Dingman and Elizabeth Ward Saxel. And for those who aren't aware, When I move you over, you will get a prompt asking you to accept becoming a participant. So you do want to accept that prompt. So just give me one moment. So we're just waiting for Charles Digman and Elizabeth Ward Saxel. I see Elizabeth. Oh, there's Mr. Dingman. Thank you. The Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you, Representative Bailey.
Actually, Mr. Dingman, before you start, my co-chair has reminded me that I did not remind people that we will be running a 3-minute clock. So Representative Peirce will be running that clock. And so if you run over, she will interrupt you and ask you to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bailey, Representative Peirce, and members of the Appropriations and Judiciary Committees. My name is Charlie Dingman. I'm a lawyer with the firm of Kozak and Geyer, and I'm the Legislative Committee Chair of the Justice Action Group, a judge-led coalition of lawyers and others who support equal access to justice by supporting civil legal aid for low-income Mainers. Civil legal aid provides help for Maine people who cannot afford a lawyer but face life-changing legal challenges outside of the criminal justice system, such as housing crises, domestic violence, child protection and custody issues, access to health care, hunger, and many more issues requiring professional guidance through the legal system. For decades, Maine's system of civil legal aid has consisted of a well-coordinated, innovative, cash-strapped, hardworking group of legal service providers funded through a patchwork of sources, including generous donations from private practice lawyers, surcharges on court fees, interest on lawyers' trust accounts, and the like. For decades, the Justice Action Group has urged that the enormous unmet need for these services can only be met with sustained support from state government through direct appropriations to the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund. The Justice Action Group therefore expresses its heartfelt thanks and support for Part JJ of the governor's supplemental budget, which provides $1.3 million from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund. This one-time funding recognizes the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused ongoing and severe economic hardships and increased the demand for civil legal aid dramatically. These hardships have generated increasingly complex cases that, when considered alongside COVID-conscious courthouse procedures, increase the time required to address each case. As you deliberate on the totality of this supplemental budget, the Justice Action Group asks you to honor the spirit of the vital first step that the governor's supplemental budget takes by recognizing that to truly meet the acute need for civil legal aid, ongoing general fund support is essential. LD1995, which is pending on the special appropriations table, is designed to meet that need by providing general fund appropriations to the Maine Civil Legal Services Fund into the future at levels that will begin to move Maine toward an adequate number of legal aid lawyers. The National Justice Index calls for 10 legal aid lawyers for every 10,000 low-income people. Maine currently has fewer than 2 lawyers per 10,000, and LD1995 would fund an increase to get us closer to 4 per 10,000. The resources are available now to begin this commitment to access to justice for all. The Justice Action Group asks that this legislature take that important step. Thank you for your time and attention, and I would be pleased to respond to questions either now or via the contact information that I've provided with my written testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Dingman. Any questions from committee members for Mr. Dingman? Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and nice to see you again, Mr. Dingman. I was just looking at you. You appeared before Judiciary earlier this week on Access to Justice Day, and I'm looking at my notes, and I just want to make sure I have them right. I believe you said that legal services entities in Maine, organizations, are only able to respond to the requests of about 33% of people that ask for legal services. Did I get that? Did I get that right?
I think the number in the 2016 study, which is the most recent real study of this, was 34%. But yes, you have it about right as of 2016. I think that all the providers, and you will hear from Jay Martin later this morning about this a little more, but all the providers have seen a huge shift as a result of the pandemic. And so those numbers are even smaller. The percentage is even smaller now than it was in 2016. And I also think it's the case that we have to think about the people we never reach, who don't know the resources are available at all, and go without any representation as they deal with life-changing legal problems.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions for Mr. Dingman? Seeing none, we'll next hear from Elizabeth Ward Saxel. And Elizabeth, before you get started, I'm just going to let people know that I'm going to be moving over Eric Hyatt and Frank Bishop. So Elizabeth, the Zoom floor is yours.
Many thanks, Madam Chair. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, and members of both committees. My name is Elizabeth Ward Saxel. I'm here today on behalf of the Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault, the organization which represents and serves Maine sexual assault support centers and children's advocacy centers in support of Section J to support Maine civil legal providers and to ask you to make that funding ongoing. Each year, 14,000 Mainers will experience sexual violence. Yet of those 14,000 Mainers, fewer than 5% will make a report to law enforcement. And so one of the only paths to justice and safety for thousands of the remaining survivors is access to civil legal protection. The good news is, thanks to the hard work of our friends at Pine Tree Legal Assistance, Legal Services for the Elderly, Maine Equal Justice, and you and prior legislatures, we have some of the most comprehensive civil legal protections in the country for victims of sexual violence. Also in the good news category is that PTLA's attorneys, who are the ones who primarily represent sexual violence victims, are extraordinary. They are deeply knowledgeable about the range of protections available for victims, and their practice is sensitive and trauma-informed. PTLA's attorneys support hundreds of sexual assault survivors every year. They support school and college students in Title IX issues when they have been sexually assaulted by another student, allowing them to continue attending classes, as well as being able to continue with after-school activities such as sports. They support tenants from being evicted for refusing to have sex with their landlords. They support victims with intellectual disabilities to obtain court-ordered protection, resulting in their safety being increased. Without these civil legal providers, these survivors would be without representation. They would leave school, be evicted, and would be subject to continued ongoing sexual violence. The bad news is that many victims are being underrepresented and not being represented. We need more staff at PTLA to support the many areas where their staffing doesn't currently reach, like Down East. We need more attorneys at LSE who are uniquely positioned to support elder victims. We need more staff at the Immigrant Legal Advocacy Project to support victims who need T and U visas. These are not one-time needs, they are ongoing. I would add that my enthusiasm, and for those who hear me speak often, you can tell that I've got a particularly insistent tone on today, is not limited to my work time. My husband, Mike, and I believe heart and soul in the life-changing services these entities provide. And as a result, make the Campaign for Justice, which funds these agencies, our highest charitable giving priority at a rate many times more than what we donate to the Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault, an organization which I happen to think does very excellent work. I would urge you to join in our commitment to provide additional ongoing funding to these organizations and would be pleased to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ward Saxel. Any questions from committee members? Representative Sanborn. I mean, Senator Sanborn. I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, Senator Bailey. Ms. Saxel, can you, the Part JJ speaks to a one-time support to one-time transfer to support increased costs resulting from the pandemic. Can you just speak a little to the increased costs resulting from the pandemic and whether or what position you think it would put civil legal services in if we do treat this simply as a one-time transfer as opposed to an ongoing funding?
Sure. I mean, I think what we're seeing and what you'll hear from the providers themselves is just how acute the needs have become. And it's hard to imagine, frankly, that landscape, the minute that we're done with COVID, that changing radically. I think we're in, unfortunately, a new reality. And as I said, pre-pandemic, these providers were doing everything they possibly could to serve survivors of sexual violence in our case, and of course all the folks with civil legal needs, and they just weren't able to do it. And now they're dealing with more acute needs, more complicated cases, and really dire consequences, as I said, in terms of people losing their housing, people being not having protections against ongoing violence, and so forth.
Further questions for Ms. Ward-Saxel? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. We'll next hear from Eric Hyatt. If you want to unmute yourself and put on your video.
Good morning.
Thank you. The Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Senator Bailey, Senator Carney, Representative Peirce, Representative Harnett, and members of the Committee of the Appropriations, Financial Affairs, and Judiciary. Thank you for hearing me this morning on LD1996, which is part of this appropriations bill to add the Office Chief Medical Examiner to the 1998 special retirement. My name is Eric Hyatt. I've been employed in the service of the state of Maine and to the people of Maine for the past 20 years in corrections, the Department of Transportation, and for the past 6 years as a medical examiner's assistant, and now been promoted to the Director of Laboratory and Mortuary Operations. Last year, I testified on behalf of the OCME staff to be added to a similar bill, and my testimony moved that committee to break into emergency session and create this bill. There were questions asked last year about whether the entire office was affected in similar manners as those of us who perform autopsies and exams, and that answer is yes. The Office Chief Medical Examiner has a team of 12 people, currently 10, serving a state of 1.3 million people, 35,385 square miles. We do have 20 or so active contracted field medical examiners to cover the area, but 3,970 deaths were called into the office of 12 people in 2021, 3,970. Not all of these exams are autopsies, of course, but each one is a death that we must deal with and handle within the team. Mathematically, that's 331 deaths per person. 390 of those cases did come into the office to be physically handled by the mortuary team here. 279 autopsies, 110 exams, one set of animal remains that somebody thought it would be funny to throw medical devices in, so that we had to go through it. In autopsy, we see and touch the worst things humans can do to one another. This includes children that should never come into our office. There's a cabinet of bones that we've cleaned belonging to people that have lost touch with humanity and disappeared to become unidentified. I've lost count of the number of people I've taken apart and put back together so families can have closure, and I don't want to recall the number of those I couldn't get back together. That leaves 3,580 stories of the end of someone's life taken over the phone or by email that our team must process physically and mentally. The team gets these reports that include all the demographics, the who, what, when, where, why, and how of the death, whether it's natural, due to child or elder abuse, homicide, suicide, accident, overdose, or any and all other circumstances. They schedule the 1,440 exams that took place outside this facility. They gather medical records, request admission blood if any. They review, examine, and upload all the scene photographs. They review and scan all the suicide notes. They take the calls from grieving family members who want to know why and how and what and where. They must process all this while maintaining professionalism, compassion, and their own mental health. The Office Administrator, the investigators, and the Planning and Research Associates handle all these calls and case issues of the 390, as well as the 390 souls that came into the facility. We have a team meeting to review the list of names that come into our office every single morning. This is so we can make the best plan to serve the health and welfare of the people of the state of Maine, as it says in our statute. We all hear, see, feel every death reported to our office, 3,970.
Mr. Hyatt?
Yep.
I apologize for interrupting, but you've hit your 3 minutes. So if you could summarize, thank you.
I will wrap up. There are thousands of studies on the effect of post-traumatic stress for veterans, police officers, first responders. There's one for people who work in the business that we do. It basically stated that what we see and do has a negative effect on our health and welfare. I do understand that almost $500,000 to make this retirement happen is a heavy lift for the state of Maine. I myself am a taxpayer of the state of Maine. The care and efficiency that we handle the honored dead of Maine is worth it, and so is the mental and physical health of my team. I ask you to please support this legislation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt. Any questions from committee members? Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Hyatt, not only for being here this morning, but for what you and your team do for the state of Maine. Much appreciated. Where does you mentioned the ratios? Where does Maine stack up compared to other states as far as those ratios
of staffing?
Yes.
Needless to say, the smaller the state, the less staff that there is for them. I believe Vermont and New Hampshire has far larger staff. I do not have exact numbers. I apologize, but I'm happy to get them for you. Vermont is also part of their university system, so they have other resources to draw from across the country. The biggest problem is there's no standard across the country. There are coroner's offices and there are medical examiner's offices. Some are based by counties. I know for a fact, having toured with them, Tampa has its own for their county, and they handle the same population of 1.3 million. They have, bear with me, I believe it was 6 doctors at the time, 14 medical examiner assistants, and a bevy of staff medical examiners, which are the people who go out to do the examinations. But I'm happy to get all the statistics for you if you wish.
I'm just curious where Maine stacks up as far as, and I'm not sure what the term is for it, autopsyable, for lack of a better word. And then compared your staffing situation to those autopsies compared to other states and where that ratio stands.
To give you just a snapshot of today, currently my partner down here, because I only have one other autopsy medical examiner assistant available. We have 4 cases that are running today, a 14-year-old, a 22-year-old, a 37-year-old, and someone who is currently mummified. So our staffing needs some relief, and we're working on that.
Again, thank you for coming today and providing your testimony, and thank you for everything you and your team do. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions from committee members for Mr. Hyatt? Seeing none, we're next going to hear from Frank Bishop. Before you start, Mr. Bishop, I am going to move over to Jay Martin and Lori Boxer McComber. So, Mr. Bishop, the Zoom floor is yours.
Good afternoon now. Senator Breen, Representative Pierce, members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Frank Bishop. I live in South Portland, Maine, practice in Portland, Maine, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Maine State Bar Association. Maine State Bar Association is approximately 3,000 attorneys in Maine, practicing in all varieties of law. And I'm here to speak specifically on 3 points regarding the supplemental budget. First of all, I'm very happy to see the supplemental budget meets the full funding request of the judicial branch. And as Amy Quinlan, the state court administrator's testimony showed earlier, I think that the judicial branch is showing creativity and ingenuity in trying to address the backlog of civil cases in the system, which is probably for our members the thing I hear about more than anything else right now. I would say that our members describe the circumstances for civil cases in the courts right now as a crisis. And as Senator Keim alluded to earlier, it might seem like funding these staffing positions seems like an unusual way to deal with a backlog of cases, but without those funding positions, the courts can't function. It's really these positions that need to be filled before they can find ways to get the cases through the system. So in particular, the referee hirings and the court attendant positions, I think, are essential. But at the end of the day, if there are items that need to be cut from this budget, please do not cut a penny from the judicial branch budget. It's essential. Item 2, I'm here to advocate for additional funding for the Maine Commission on Indigent Legal Services. In the last year, MCILS recommended raising the hourly rate for rostered attorneys to $100 an hour. And as a compromise position, that number was raised to $80 an hour. Just as a point of comparison, the hourly rate in the federal system is $158 an hour. And so if we're going to recruit attorneys to take on MCILS cases, I think that raising the rate for those services to something closer to the federal rate would go a long way towards easing the problems with indigent legal defense in Maine. Third point is I'm here to support the full funding of civil legal services aid in section JJ1 of the bill. Others have spoken eloquently about the need for these services. However, I would encourage the Appropriations Committee to fully fund LD 1326 beyond the $1.3 million allocation to fill the shortfall.
Mr. Bishop, you've hit the 3-minute mark, so if you might summarize, thank you.
And those are the 3 points I was here to make.
Impressive summary, thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Bishop from committee members? Senator Carney.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bishop, could you just give us a couple of sentences on why the Maine State Bar Association supports fully funding 1326?
The $1.3 million merely fills the shortfall for those organizations to continue to do the work that they do on a day-to-day basis. LD 1326 would provide an ongoing allocation to make those organizations have robust funds to do the work that they should do. In terms of providing civil legal services, Maine has significantly less resources than other states do to do this kind of work. And just when we say civil legal services aid, that can be kind of vague. I mean, what we're talking about is the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic at the University of Maine, the Immigrant Legal Advocacy Project, Legal Services of the Elderly, and Maine Equal Justice Partners, as well as the Maine Volunteer Lawyers Project and Pine Tree Legal Services. Those organizations are simply inadequately funded, as Chet and others can speak to. The $1.3 million allocation is great, but it's not sufficient.
Further questions for Mr. Bishop? Seeing none, thank you for being here. We're next going to hear from Jay Martin. The Zoom floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Bailey, Representative Peirce, and esteemed members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of Judiciary Committee. I'm Jay Martin, and I'm the Executive Director of Legal Services for the Elderly. You'll be happy to hear that to respect your time today, I'm testifying on behalf of 6 organizations. They are the Cumberland Legal Aid Clinic of the University of Maine School of Law, Immigrant Legal Advocacy Program, Legal Services for the Elderly, Maine Equal Justice, Pine Tree Legal Assistance, and the Volunteer Lawyers Project. We are deeply grateful to the governor for including Part JJ in the supplemental budget. Why is this funding so important? Because every day people face serious legal problems that keep them from meeting their basic human needs, like housing, healthcare, public benefits, and personal safety. Most low-income Mainers went without legal help before the pandemic, and now even more of them face urgent legal problems alone. When we fail to provide legal help in situations involving basic human needs, it harms countless members of our communities. It strains our social service systems and our courts, and it ultimately harms our state economy. Civil legal aid attorneys and advocates can and do change and save lives. Here's one example. Mary was diagnosed with early Alzheimer's, and her daughter volunteered to move in and help out. Her daughter explained that making her agent under a power of attorney would make things easier for both of them. Things seemed to work out for a while, and then her daughter started to yell at her, and sometimes she threatened to give away Mary's dog. As things got worse between them, Mary received a disconnection notice from her electric company. That was strange. Mary called her bank and learned that her account was empty. Mary sought help, and her legal aid attorney learned that Mary's daughter had also taken out thousands in credit in her name. The attorney was able to evict the daughter from her home, obtain a protection from abuse order, clear Mary's credit rating, and help her get connected to home care services. Mary had nowhere else to turn for help except a legal aid attorney. Without that help, would she have ended up in a nursing home? Would she be alive today? What is critically needed at this time is improved access to legal representation so that more people like Mary get the help they need. That means Maine needs more legal aid attorneys and advocates. Part JJ is a welcome first step to address immediate shortfalls. But in order to increase the staffing capacity of our organizations and thus help more people, the providers need stable, ongoing funding as well. We ask the legislature to support the inclusion of Part JJ in the supplemental budget and add an ongoing appropriation to the budget. I thank you very much for your time today. I'd be happy to answer questions now, or I can be contacted with contact information in my testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Any questions from committee members? Senator Carney.
Thank you very much, Chair Bailey. Jay Martin, could you please describe to us the extent to which financial exploitation of older Mainers is a problem in our state?
It's a significant problem. 1 out of every 9 older people is abused or exploited every year. So count up the squares on the screen and do your 1 in 9 calculation, and that would tell you just in terms of what you're looking at here what that means. So it's a very significant problem, and it really has a lasting impact on the state's economy as well as the individuals in it, because we're talking about people living on fixed incomes that can't really recover from a financial loss. We're talking about people that might be being abused and have not a lot of good alternatives in terms of where to go for trusted assistance with things they need in their life. They are dependent on others for help. An economic impact study that was done showed tens of millions in a loss to the Maine's economy as a result of specifically elder financial exploitation.
Further questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for being here and providing testimony. We'll next hear from Lori Boxer McComber. The Zoom floor is yours. We can't hear you. It doesn't look like you're muted, but we can't hear you. At least I can't hear you. I see your message in the chat to take someone else and then call on me. Unfortunately, you're the last person we have. Let me look again, but yes, you are our last attendee looking to testify. So unfortunately, I can't take someone else. I mean, sometimes you need to turn your computer mic on. No, that's not it. I don't know if our clerk or analysts have any suggestions for you. I know this happened yesterday and the person ended up, I think, calling in on her phone.
Madam Chair, that's correct. Yesterday, they ended up having to call in.
So I don't know if that's an option for you. So there was a suggestion from Frank Bishop, try switching audio session to same as system. I don't know what that means. I'm just passing it on. And then Maureen or Judith, Lori is asking for the number to call if she's going to call in.
It should be in the Zoom invite, will be the phone number, or she could just log into the Zoom on her phone if she has ability to do that.
Yeah, I think what the person did yesterday is they actually came to the Zoom webinar, just they did it on their phone.
Correct.
Thank you. Looks like Lori is calling for technical assistance, maybe.
Madam Chair, it's interesting to have a couple of these in a row. I haven't experienced this before. I don't know if others have.
Yeah, I don't know enough to even have a guess why it happens occasionally.
I don't either. I think her number popped up in attendees.
Let me look. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. This is, and I apologize for the technical difficulty.
Okay, we can hear you, so go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to actually log out of all of this. Okay, so thank you so much. My name is Lori Boxer Macumber.
Oops, we just lost you.
Senator Bailey, she should mute her her computer. Put her on mute on where her audio, where her camera is, and then we should be able to hear her on the phone.
Okay, I think she logged out.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I logged out of the computer so that there was no feedback, and I apologize once again for. You hear me now?
Yes, but you do seem to be coming in and out, so let's hope it works.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm hoping that everyone can hear me, and good afternoon. My name is Lori Boxer Macumber, and I'm the Trial Lawyers Association, here to testify in support of LD. I would like to start by just endorsing the testimony that we heard from Administrator Amy Quinlan and Bishop of the Maine Bar Association. rather than restating all of that, I would like to stress that reiterate the points that they made, reiterate the points of providers that have indicated how desperate funding long.
Lori, you are fading. Lori, you are fading in and out. We're getting every few words, so I'm not sure if you want to continue. Did you provide written testimony?
I did, and it came through. This has been a series of errors here, but yes, there are two pieces of written testimony, and only one that's on the main trial lawyer's letterhead is the one that should be considered. But I did, if you can hear me, I'd respond to some of the questions that we have heard this morning. Can you hear me right now?
We can at the moment, so go ahead.
Okay, so I wanted to respond to Senator Carney's question about why the MSBA and why the Maine Trial Lawyers Association believes in funding the LD1995, which involves more funding rather than just immediate funding. And what I would say on that point is that what I keep hearing from judges and from others within the court system and from our membership is that when unrepresented parties are involved in proceedings like PFAs or family law proceedings, and when those proceedings involve unrepresented parties, they take so much longer to make their way through the system, and that in turn has negative consequences for other cases within the legal system, those that many of our members deal with. And so when Senator Keim was asking about how this type of funding could impact the backlog, the answer is it's not only providing help for those who are low-income Mainers, but it's helping businesses, it's helping municipalities and others to get their cases moved through the system more quickly, because when there is an attorney that can help streamline things, the rest of the cases move through the system more quickly. So it's a matter of providing some type of a long-term assistance that's going to address this backlog rather than just a Band-Aid. It's kind of an analogy to providing shelter for someone who's in need of housing versus a long-term affordable housing. That's why the long-term and continuous ongoing funding to these organizations and to the court and its judicial budget is so important. And then with respect to the question about the judicial funding, as someone who is awaiting civil jury trials, and it's been years since many of us have been able to have a civil jury trial, this creative solution that the court has come up with for referees is one that a number of our members are very supportive of, because it's a different way to manage cases that are backlogged, and having retired judges who understand the system and understand the discovery issues and the case management issues available to help process cases is going to help in a secondary way when people are not able to get immediately a jury trial. So I just wanted to address those things and reiterate our support for these allocations, and I'm available to answer any questions that you all may have, and apologize once again for the technical.
Senator Bailey, you're on mute.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? Seeing none. No, I think we're all set. I don't see any questions for you. So thank you for addressing those questions and for your testimony. And again, that is everyone that we have signed up to testify. I thank you all for joining us this morning. Thank you for your patience. I would remind the Judiciary Committee that your report back is due back to us by March 17th. And you certainly can get that to us earlier if you want. But that is the deadline that's been set. And I thank you for joining us all this morning. Is there anything else before we let the Judiciary Committee go? I don't think so. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just was wondering if the judiciary chairs could comment on what our next get together would be. We have one scheduled for 1 o'clock tentatively.
We are not meeting this afternoon, Representative Thorne. We next gather on Tuesday. The
We
work
get the day
session,
off,
in a manner of speaking.
and that reflected our pay, right?
Perhaps.
Well, Representative Thorne, the AFA committee is coming back at 1 o'clock, so we'll take a brief break for lunch. This afternoon, I think we're hearing EUT and ACF, so we will be here working diligently on the supplemental budget. So thank you all, and again, we'll be on break until 1 p.m. Thank you.
unmute.
Oh, you can mute them.
There we go. Is that Good afternoon, everyone. Give everyone a few minutes to get back to either the AFA committee to come back or EUT to log on.
Oh, Representative Kessler has a haircut. Let me see. Oh, look at you. That looks so good.
Thanks for
As
noticing.
my dad would say, you look sharp.
Thanks.
That's a compliment. Looking sharp is a compliment.
Thanks.
We told him he cleans up nicely.
Fair enough, fair enough. So Representative Barry, I see that you are here. Will Senator Lawrence be joining you today, or is he still logging on?
I am not sure.
Okay.
But,
we're actually live streaming right now because we started our meeting this morning, just so everyone's aware of that. So, but we'll give just a couple more minutes for people to pop on.
Madam Chair, I'm still getting that. Can't unmute my video because the host is preventing it.
Okay, I think we'll have the host, our clerk, work on that. Thank you, Representative Millett. So welcome everyone. I'm Teresa Peirce, the House Chair of Appropriations and Financial Affairs. It is Friday afternoon, the 4th of March. This is our 5th day of public hearings on the supplemental budget, which is LD1995. We've been joined all week by different committees to hear different aspects of this supplemental budget. And this afternoon, we're happy to welcome the EUT Committee, Energy, Utilities, and Technology. Thank you so much for joining us today to hear aspects of this budget. Appreciate you being here. And Representative Barry, Chair Barry, I wonder if you might help introduce your committee to our committee.
I would be very happy to do that. I'm very pleased that a number of our committee members could join. I will begin with, on my screen, Representative Kessler.
Hi, everybody. My name is Representative Chris Kessler. I reside in South Portland, and I represent part of South Portland and a smidgen of Cape Elizabeth.
And we'll go to Representative Foster next.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Foster. I represent District 104, including the towns of Dexter, Garland, Charleston, Exeter, and Stetson.
Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see a lot of my old friends from AFA. I am Nathan Wadsworth, and I represent House District 70, Southern Oxford County.
And Representative Grahowski.
Good afternoon, Nicole Grahowski. I represent House District 132, City of Ellsworth, Town of Trenton, and just glad to join you all today. Thank you.
And good afternoon. Thanks for having us. My name is Seth Berry. I represent House District 55, which is Bowdoin, Bodenham, most of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec. Still locked in with ice for now. We may have some other members joining us, Madam Chair, during the course of the hearing, but this is what I can give you for now.
Well, welcome to everybody. Please let me know when other people join us. We'll try to watch that as well on the Hollywood Squares here. So once again, I'm Teresa Peirce, and I am the House Chair of Appropriations and Financial Affairs. We did introduce ourselves this morning, so I don't think we'll do that again. It's the same Zoom and the same live stream, if that's okay. We're glad that you're here to hear the testimony from the departments on this aspect of the budget. Commissioner Figueroa, I didn't know if you wanted to say a few words at this juncture. I don't believe so, but I'm not sure if she's here yet. Oh, I see another member of your committee has joined us, Representative Barry. Representative Sachs, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, everyone. My name is Melanie Sachs. I'm proud to represent House District 48, which is Freeport and part of Pownell, and I apologize for my technical difficulties in getting here late. Thank you.
No worries. We've had a few glitches today, so hopefully we'll have a smooth sailing this afternoon. So I do see Dan Burgess from the Governor's Energy Office who is here, who has testimony to provide for us. I wonder if Mr. Burgess is ready to present his testimony. Hello.
Hey, good afternoon, Representative. I'm happy to do that if you'd like.
We would love that. Lead us off.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Representative, members of the EUT committee. I'm Dan Burgess. I'm the director of the Governor's Energy Office, and I'm here today to testify in support of LD1995, the fiscal year supplemental budget bill, specifically those items related to the GEO. As Governor Mills said, Maine people deserve every ounce of the hard work and progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. I know you've had a long day, so I won't go into the everything overall related to the budget, but the governor's proposal seeks to move this forward in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan revenue forecasting committee. This specifically for the GEO, built into investments made in the biennial, but also the Maine jobs plan, both enacted in the last 7 months. So for instance, currently enacted biennial includes GEO's first general fund allocation in at least recent memory to support both staffing and funding for the various initiatives, partnerships, and research of the office to support the mission of the GEO. Additionally, the GEO has successfully sought and received more than $5 million in federal grant and other sources to provide more targeted funding and staffing for staffing and initiatives, such as for the Maine Offshore Wind Roadmap. Finally, the Jobs and Recovery Plan also provides more than $6 million of federal funds to the GEO to manage around clean energy workforce and partnership development to advance the clean energy sector to recover from the pandemic. So specifically for this budget, starting on A70, there are two initiatives which would would change the status of 2 positions from limited to permanent. Those positions are currently and would continue to be funded by federal or outside funding, not from the general fund. And so the 2 positions we'd like to move from limited to permanent are a solar and storage fellow and an offshore wind fellow. And those are supporting the work of our office and our critical topics, as this committee knows well. So moving these positions to permanent would give the GEO certainty for planning, ongoing operational capacity, and continuity of the work. So GEO appreciates the support of the EUT and AFA in shifting these positions, using outside funding, and supporting the overall clean energy and climate goals of the state. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks for consideration.
Thank you so much, Director Burgess. Are there any questions by either committee for the director? I think Representative Millett, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Director Burgess, just a quick, easy question, I think. In the second initiative, the source of the other special revenue funds, in your testimony, you mentioned foundation grants, not from the general fund. Could you give us a little bit more specificity on where the $139,000 would be coming from, how it makes its way into other special revenue?
Thank you for the question. We are lucky enough to have received funding from the U.S. Climate Alliance, which has funded a position or 2, at least in my office and the GoPIF team, for limited 2-year periods to fund additional staff related to some of these initiatives. So we applied for and received funding from the Climate Alliance. And it's worth noting that in the infrastructure bill that passed and is being implemented by the federal government, there will be opportunities for additional federal funding to staff the GEO through the state energy program. And so it could be funded through that as well in the future.
All set, Representative?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification.
Very well. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Burgess. I should know this, but are these, it sounds like these positions are already in place. We're just upgrading to a higher level, if you will. Is that correct? Are the personnel, I should say, are the personnel in place for these positions?
Yeah, thanks, Representative. We do have, these positions are filled currently, and they are in place. Yes.
And if I may, Madam Chair, as a follow-up, what are the credentials of the people currently holding these positions that are now going to be upgraded to full-time? And thank you.
Thanks, Representative. I'm happy to provide more information specifically about the highly qualified folks that we have in those positions, but the solar and storage fellow comes with extensive experience in solar and renewable energy policy, but also spent time working in Washington, D.C. on the Hill as a legislative staffer. And then the offshore wind fellow comes from a background of energy analysis broadly and generally at a firm previously. So we're really lucky to have these two candidates on board. We're excited about them, what they've been able to, not candidates, but employees on board, and we're excited about what the additional capacity they've been able to provide to the office.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Burgess from either committee? Senator Bailey, did your question get answered? I saw you had your hand up and now it's down. Thank you. Representative Grabowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Burgess. I just would want to get some clarification as we are taking these, like what I think are temporary type positions and extending them. Are these particular positions able to help with the regular updating of the energy plan that we are very excited to see come from your office imminently, but there will need to be updates? Is that something that these staff members participate in and is making them more of a full-time or long-term position going to help with that expectation of receiving the energy plan?
Thanks, Representative. I think the short answer is yes. They will. They're also, assisting in running the DG working group, the offshore wind roadmap process, and the 4 or 5 different studies and analysis that are under that as well. And so the energy planning is a team effort and touches a number of different areas, but these folks are definitely part of that effort.
Thank you. Any other questions for Director Burgess? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you hanging around while we move our way through our agenda today. Next, I think we'll hear from the public advocate, Mr. Harwood. I believe you're here with us.
I am.
Welcome. I think this is the first time you've been in front of us, correct, in this position?
It is. I'm very new to this position and delighted to be here with you this afternoon.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Representative Pierce, Representative Berry, members of the Appropriations Committee and the EUT Committee. My name is William Harwood, and I'm here as the public advocate testifying today in support of LD 1995. The Office of Public Advocate was created by the Maine legislature in 1981 to represent the using and consuming public in recognition that most utility ratepayers do not have the time, resources, or expertise to participate in proceedings that determine the cost and quality of the services they receive from natural gas, water, and transmission and distribution utilities. In the past 41 years, OPA has represented Maine ratepayers before the PUC, the legislature, the courts, federal regulators, and regional bodies such as ISO New England. We also provide information to the public to help them make informed decisions about increasingly deregulated and complex markets. Our office currently has 9 positions: the public advocate, the deputy public advocate, 3 senior counselors, 2 administrative staff, a consumer advisor, and an economic analyst. The OPA is supported by outside consultants who provide expertise in engineering, accounting, and finance under contracts as needed in individual cases. This combination of core legal staff supplemented by on-demand expertise allows our office the flexibility to respond to the diverse mix of cases and issues that we face. As you know, our funding is not part of the general fund, but rather is supported by an assessment on the more than 146 regulated utilities providing electric, ferry, gas, telephone, and water services in Maine. Once the legislature and the governor approve our budget, we assess each of these utilities for their share of our allocated budget. Traditionally, our office has measured its effectiveness in terms of ratepayer savings attributable to our advocacy before state and federal regulators. Last year, we estimated that these ratepayer savings would be over $15 million. The Office of Public Advocate's Department Summary appears on page A71 of the governor's recommended fiscal year supplemental budget, a copy of which is attached. The part of the biennial budget presented to the 130th legislature first special session back on June of 2021, OPA's first and third initiatives were approved. However, our second initiative for one office specialist, one position, was inadvertently not voted on. Therefore, it was not included in the approved biennial budget. All three of the Office of Public Advocate's biennial budget initiatives were supported by the EUT committee, as shown on the attached memo. The Office of Public Advocate is requesting funding for one office specialist, one confidential position previously authorized by Public Law 2019, Chapter 226. This initiative provides the necessary headcount, associated all other funding, and allocation that allows the position to be filled and assessed pursuant to the statutes. Thank you for your time, attention, and consideration of our supplemental budget initiative. I'm happy to try and answer any questions you may have. And our administrator, Shireen Thompson, is here as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harwood, and welcome to Shireen Thompson as well. Any questions from either committee for our public advocate, Mr. Harwood? Representative Berry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Harwood. Appreciate that overview. And we haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you, even in our committee, about the savings that are attained through the good offices of the public advocate in rate cases and other cases before the PUC. But I just wanted to give a little more color to how that savings is attained and ask you about resource adequacy generally in your office. And I know you're new there, so we'll keep that in mind with your answer. But generally speaking, the way that you achieve those savings is the utilities will come before the PUC and ask for X amount to be recovered in our rates. The public advocate will come and say, well, it should be less than that, and the PUC typically comes out somewhere in between. So the savings that you cite in the annual reports by your office, as I understand it, typically go from what is requested by the utilities to what is actually decided by the commission. And correct me if I'm wrong there, but where I'm going with this is, can you speak to resource adequacy? Do you have enough staff to make the cases, to make the case in general that certain costs should be disallowed, certain costs might be imprudent, and therefore shouldn't be recovered in rates? And of course there are other arguments your office needs to make. They're very sophisticated. They are part of an adjudicatory proceeding, so we really need the best and brightest in your office. Do you have enough resources to achieve the savings that ratepayers deserve?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Representative Berry. It's one that's been on my mind for the last 6 weeks as I've settling into this new position. You're absolutely right about how we identify the savings, and we do take a hard look anytime a utility comes in to propose a rate increase, and almost always are object to the size of the increase and put forward an alternative proposal for the PUC's consideration for a lower rate increase. And that's where we get the savings. It is a little bit of an estimate as to exactly what our advocacy contributed to the end result, but we're pretty confident that rates are lower today with the advocacy of the public advocate. The second part of your question as to whether we have sufficient resources, it is a bit of a challenge. There is a little bit of a David versus Goliath aspect to the work we do. The large utilities have substantial resources when they come in to defend their requests for rates. We have to be very smart and efficient in our advocacy. At this point, I really can't answer your question after a month on the job. I am going to be taking a very hard look at that question, and I will be back to you at some point if, in my judgment, more resources could provide greater savings and more benefits to the ratepayers. But I don't want to prejudge that question. We've got some very talented people who work incredibly hard. I am impressed at how hard these public servants are working every day on behalf of the ratepayers. And I think in general, we get most of the savings. If there's more there that we're missing, we'll certainly come back and lay that out for you.
I'll stay tuned for the update. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Any other questions by either committee? I don't see any at this time, but we appreciate you being here. Thank you for the testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have the Executive Director from Efficiency Maine Trust, Michael Stoddard. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Breen, Senator Lawrence, Representative Berry, Representative Pierce, and members of both the Standing Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Technology and Appropriations and Financial Affairs. My name is Michael Stoddard. I am the Executive Director of the Efficiency Maine Trust, and I'm here today to testify in support of LD1995, and in particular, to speak to Part Z of the supplemental budget, which would transfer $7 million in fiscal year 22 from the unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the trust to support electric vehicle rebate programs that we are currently operating. This proposal comes at a critical moment for us and our program. We were very excited to announce just this week that consumers can now get rebates on qualifying Ford F-150 Lightning pickup trucks and the Ford E-Transit commercial vans. Additionally, we've recently launched some promotions targeting businesses, including a rebate that is elevated up to $8,000 for an electric cargo van, and for businesses that have a fleet of 5 or more cars or other vehicles, so they can receive between $3,500 and $4,500 for qualifying vehicles. This is exciting to us because it means now these programs are shifting away from just subcompact cars that maybe serve urban and suburban residents mostly, to the kinds of cars that we know our Maine citizens and businesses use across the whole state, including for businesses, including for commercial purposes, including larger vehicles like pickup trucks and vans. The other reason that the timing is important is that we have really gotten some traction moving now on building up a market to transform the marketplace for cars and trucks to move to electric. And this is going to be critical as we try to help Mainers reduce their transportation fuel costs. So this program would benefit greatly from continuity in funding. And why does continuity matter when you're running a program like this, when you're trying to transform the marketplace? Well, if you think about the people who are involved in buying and selling cars, it makes sense. Dealerships need to order inventory, and they need to market their direct their marketing dollars. If they're going to do that for EVs, they need to have a sense in advance that these programs will be there to help promote that product. Similarly, people who are buying cars and vans and trucks, they don't just make that decision over a weekend. They spend a lot of time researching and thinking about it. They have a long lead time before they make that big decision. If we want to convince them to buy EVs, we need to be able to tell them this program is going to be around for the next year. Well, that matters because we've been having a lot of success with the funding we did have, And as you can see from the chart in my testimony, we were on a pathway to double the rate of electric vehicle purchases in Maine. And if we keep going at the rate we're at, we think that we're going to run out of funds for this program by September or October. In addition to that being frustrating to the dealers and the consumers, it also would be very bad timing given what's going on in the world around us. We think that market transformation towards EVs is essential and urgent for Maine's economy and its environment. Certainly the news of Russia's invasion into Ukraine and what that's been doing to petroleum markets reminds us yet again that our reliance as a state on gas and diesel fuel for transportation presents volatility and vulnerability for the savings accounts of every household and business in the state, and that's a problem. The price of gas is at its highest level since 2014, now up to $3.60 a gallon across the state, which is almost $1 more than a year ago. By contrast, running vehicles on EVs is estimated to save about 50% of the cost of operating the car, even with slightly higher electricity costs that we're now experiencing in Maine. It's still cheaper. We estimate that an average driver will save $600 a year by switching to an EV. Is it good for the economy? Yes. Is that all? No. It's also critically important for our environment and protecting our environment. Those of you who have followed the work of the Maine Climate Council will know that 54% of the state's greenhouse gas emissions are coming from transportation. It's the #1 source. It's the top priority. And that report that was presented by the Maine Climate Council found that the top recommendation for meeting the state's carbon reduction targets is to accelerate Maine's transition to EVs. As I said, we have sufficient funding to get through about September or October this year, but the timing is critical. If we could keep it going for another year, it would really help to get the momentum going for this marketplace. And with your approval of $7 million towards that purpose, we believe that we could add another 4,500 EVs and build significant momentum in this fledgling market. We therefore respectfully ask you to support dedicating $7 million in the budget for that purpose. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stoddard. I had one quick question. Forgive me if you mentioned this and I missed it, but have we seen any delay in supply of these vehicles through the pandemic like we have with other industry and other parts? And if so, would that factor into any of the thinking that you have around the execution of this?
Well, yes, we absolutely have seen delays. They are very pronounced. As you may have read in the news, the shortage of semiconductor chips, which are now used throughout all kinds of vehicles, but certainly in electric vehicles as well, has been a real problem. And there's an extreme shortage of supply right now. In fact, if you look out your windshield as you drive through any Maine town and go past a dealership, you'll notice something missing. And what's missing is cars. There aren't any, or there are very, very few. Dealership lots that used to be jam-packed with inventory now have very little. That does seem to be getting better, but if you look at the chart that I put in my testimony, you can see when it happened. The rate of increase was really cruising as we got into the summer of 2021, and we were really starting to grow. And then that chip shortage started to manifest itself in all types of cars, not just electric. And so things have slowed down a lot through November, December, January of this last 6 months. We're just starting to see it start to pick up again. The implications of that, frankly, are, I think, just that things have been delayed. So in a way, there's a silver lining. It means that the funding we do currently have available is going to stretch a little bit longer. But in terms of motivating people to switch over to EVs, it's been very frustrating. And we've frankly been trying to keep our powder dry. We've been holding back on civic education and marketing campaigns that we had planned because there's just nowhere for customers to go right now. the arrival of these other cars, these pickup trucks and vans, is really exciting. And so now we feel there's something for everyone. And that's why we think the timing is great to push this program through for an additional year.
Thank you so much. Representative Foster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Stoddard, for being here and your presentation. I won't debate with you why petroleum products are so much more expensive than they were a year ago. Now that we're importing instead of producing our own. But I will ask you this question. When you refer to monies potentially at this rate running out in September, can you give us a total on what will have been expended when that happens? And approximately, again, just remind us of how many vehicles that has helped to people to purchase. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question, Representative. When we have exhausted the funds we now have, it will come to about $5 million, I believe. 3 million of that was from a settlement with Volkswagen that the then Attorney General Mills negotiated back in 2019, I believe it was 2018-19, and then another 2 million from the settlement of the NECEC transmission line case. So that's what has paid for these EV rebates. We've currently done slightly more than 2,000. And I think if we are able to push through to the end of September, October, we would expect to add about another 1,000 to 1,500 to that. So it'd be in the neighborhood of 3,500 to 4,000 vehicles.
Sure.
So just, you've already told the EUT committee this, but I think just to refresh our memories, the NECEC monies have already been, you've already received those. That's not something that will go away.
That's correct. And I want to correct myself, Representative. We received $5 million from the NECEC for the purpose of EV rebates, and 1.25 million of that is reserved for low and moderate income mainers. And so we have an enhanced rebate level for those qualifying customers, and also they are able to apply those enhanced rebates to used EVs. So that's a special category of our program, but the total will then be closer to 8 million, and I said 5. I misspoke. It should be 8 by the time all is said and done.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Stoddard? Oh, Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director Stoddard, this is probably an inappropriate question for expecting you to answer it in full, but I get constant requests from constituents as to where we're going in terms of supporting our transportation, our surface transportation systems, as we move toward electronic vehicles or electric vehicles. We're proposing here to take 7 million of general fund money to increase the number of rebate options for purchasing vehicles, which will use our highways and not contribute in the fuel taxes, which you appropriately just acknowledged are at the $4 level, and on diesel much beyond that. What is the answer, the bigger picture answer, dealing with climate, transportation, and energy as you do, to our solution for maintenance and improvements in our transportation systems as we go away from petroleum products, which pay into the dedicated revenue, and go more and more toward general funded rebates and incentives that are costing the taxpayers money and benefiting a smaller percentage of the population. Any thoughts? And I know this is a subject not strictly in your bailiwick, but one that I think we as legislators hear all the time. Where are we heading in terms of resources to improve our surface transportation systems as we move toward electric vehicles?
Thank you, Representative. You're quite right that it is a little bit outside my bailiwick, and even more so since I'm not really much of a policy guy as much of an implementation guy. It does seem like it's a tough nut to crack. It has been for many years, even before EVs came along. I think we've had a structural problem with how we fund our our surface transportation infrastructure, and I'm aware of it, but I'm certainly not an expert in it. From a big picture perspective, while I don't have a specific recommendation to make, I just think that it would be wise to make sure that EV drivers pay their fair share, because I think this is the direction all transportation is going. I'm highly confident of that. I feel the same way about EVs as I do about heat pumps. I think that 10 to 15 years from now, this is what we will be using for most of our transportation. And so we need to answer your question. We need to solve that issue. I can imagine many ways that it could be done, but I don't want EV drivers or the policies that support EV programs to feel like they're always on the defensive trying to answer that question. I think it should just be addressed and they should pay their fair share. And I don't have a recommendation about the best way to do it. But I think these products will sell themselves because they cost less to own and operate. And ultimately, that's what we want for all our constituents and friends and businesses. We want them to be more competitive and keep more money in their bank account. And so this will get us there. We have to address that question you've raised.
Thank you for your response. And as I said in my preface, it's not your issue to be defending, but it did seem to me like for your benefit and the EUT members, on Wednesday, we heard and the Transportation Committee was in the room, a proposal to transfer $100 million from the revenue growth to the construction of roads and bridges to the Transportation Department. And there's some resistance, I think there has been for a long time in doing that. And I'm just wondering if the EUT and the Transportation Committees reflecting upon the Blue Ribbon study that was done to try to come up with a long-range plan for improvements to our transportation systems might further that dialogue, and maybe the administration may want to weigh in on where do we see ourselves going in the next few biennia or the longer term as we see a decrease both in terms of usage and in spiking prices among the petroleum-driven vehicles that are using our highways today. And I would suspect that Chair Berry and others on the committee are probably already thinking about this too. But thank you for your reaction already. Thank you.
Representative Berry, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, thank Representative Millett for that excellent question, because I do think that it's a question that needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed across several committees, certainly the two that are here today, and obviously perhaps first and foremost the Transportation Committee, but they really can't do it alone. I have a question for you, Mr. Stoddard, just to clarify the target for these rebates. I heard Representative Millett say that the tax on fuel was approaching $4. I'm not sure that that's what he meant to say. I think that the situation is that since 2011, the tax on fuel has been 30 cents per gallon, and it was frozen at that time in the highway budget at 30 cents. Previously, it had been indexed to inflation. So we've seen a gap in funding since then. But with respect to the wear and tear on our roads, Mr. Stoddard, a lot of, as you know, a lot of the problem has to do with vehicle weight. So my question to you is, do any of the rebates that are proposed here apply to heavier vehicles, semis and tractor trailers, vehicles that tend to impact the roads more?
Thank you, Representative Berry, for the question. I am envisioning that if this were approved, that the funds would go into the program that we currently have, and there's a section of statute that was approved in 2019 authorizing Efficiency Maine to run EV rebate program. So the money will go into that fund. It doesn't specify or it doesn't eliminate the opportunity to direct some of these rebates towards medium and heavy duty vehicles, but currently they're not commercially available at scale. So you can special order transit buses and you can special order school buses. We are not focusing on that. We're focusing on mass market transformation, and that's what we're currently using our rebates from. So I wouldn't say it would never go towards those medium and heavy duty, but I don't think that's what we would end up doing over the next 12 to 18 months with this. There are heavier class 2 and class 3 vehicles like these. As these vans and pickups get bigger and bigger, they do get heavier, but I don't think that's what you're referring to, like true heavy duty vehicles.
Representative Berry, follow up or?
Thank you. Yes, a quick follow up. This is such an important issue. And again, I want to thank Representative Millett for bringing it up. Would very much like to work on it in the future. One aspect of our highway funding is, in addition to fuel tax, is excise tax. In fact, excise taxes, I understand from the DOT, are now more than half of the revenue to take care of our roads. Typically applies to local roads, but over half of the total revenue collected is from excise tax. Mr. Stoddard, for EVs, is there typically a higher price which would require the payment of a higher excise tax?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to explain my reference to the $4 for regular fuel and plus that for diesel, I was reflecting on Mr. Stoddard's reference to a $3.61 average gallon per gallon price for fuel. And as I left Augusta last night and was running low on my tank, I noticed I couldn't find any place that was less than $3.91, and many of them were already over $4. I wasn't referring to the fuel tax, but the actual per gallon cost, and feeling in my own mind that many people that are living hand to mouth are going to be driving less as they pay more and more per gallon. And that means less and less money on the fuel tax reaching itself into the transportation's dedicated revenue. So I apologize if I misstated or misled you in referencing the $4 a gallon cost. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions for Mr. Stoddard? I'm not seeing any, but I want to assure the EUT committee that many members of our committee, when transportation joined us, pointed out the need for some more long-term solutions to how we maintain our roads and bridges across the state. We definitely felt that was an important thing to have them be thinking about as they do their deliberations. So thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Appreciate you being here. Oh, Representative Hymanson has a question or a comment. I'm not sure what.
Thank you. I'm just going to say that in my 8 years of being here, this issue has come up every session. And so it's a tough nut to crack. But we need to keep working on it.
Absolutely. So thank you. I don't see any other questions or people with their hands up. Thank you very much. That concludes the testimony from agencies and from outside groups for this part of the budget. I do see that there's one person in the attendee room who is here. If you could raise your hand if you'd like to comment on one aspect of this part of the budget. I want to make sure you're not here for the 3 o'clock block. Mr. Wood, are you here for this block? Great. I'm going to bring Mr. Wood over to give his public testimony. And here he is. Mr. Wood, thank you so much for joining us today.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Peirce and Representative Berry and members of both committees. It's good to see you. It looks like I'll be the only one testifying today, but I did just want to, I haven't submitted any written testimony yet. I just wanted to come register our support for these provisions in LD1995 in support of the Governor's Energy Office, OPA, and Efficiency Maine, and specifically just wanted to speak to the importance of the electric vehicle rebate line item in the efficiency main budget. So I serve as the co-chair of the Climate Council's Transportation Working Group. And as you've already heard from Mr. Stoddard, I just want to kind of reemphasize that the recommendation in the Climate Action Plan to move toward electric vehicles is really one of the most important aspects of meeting the state's climate targets. The Climate Action Plan, is a set of consensus-based recommendations based on really good analysis that shows that really, no matter how we cut it, we need substantially more EVs on the road to meet those emissions reduction targets. And then I did just want to emphasize the benefits of EVs to rural drivers, specifically because the Nature Conservancy has done quite a bit of research into how to equitably transition to an electric vehicle focused transportation sector, and specifically how to reduce barriers for EV uptake in rural communities, because that's a place, rural communities are a place that we do a lot of our work as TNC. And to say that our research and the research of others has showed definitively a couple of things. What you heard from Mr. Stoddard is that EVs save drivers money, and the research shows that, or the data show that that's especially true for rural drivers, because rural drivers are doing more driving to get where they need to go for work and for otherwise. And so simply put, EVs will save rural drivers even more money than your average driver. And then the second thing the research shows is that there are really two key barriers to EV uptake in general, but especially for rural drivers. And that's on the one hand, range anxiety related to lack of charging infrastructure, and then the upfront cost of the car on the other hand. And we know that there's substantial federal funding coming down the pike from the bipartisan infrastructure law that's going to support continued build out of the state's EV charging infrastructure. So that's a great step. There's still more to do there, obviously. But there's quite a bit of funding available in the next few years for EV charging infrastructure build out. But as you've heard, there will not be funding available past September of this year for EV rebates. And so in order to continue to address the second barrier, the upfront cost barrier for rural drivers and for all drivers, we should be continuing those rebates to help keep those costs low. I mean, I should say the EV costs have come down substantially. But there is still a need for support to help reduce those upfront costs. And so I'll leave it there and just say we support that part of the budget in particular, and believe Efficiency Maine has been a very strong administrator for those funds, and will put them to good use to help all drivers across the state. So thanks for your time, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Wood? I don't see any, but we really appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much. So we don't have anyone else in our attendee list to make public comment on this section of the supplemental budget. I want to thank the EUT committee for joining us this afternoon, and for, I think you have your clerk is here, and maybe Opal is here as well. All the great work that's done by all of our support staff. We really appreciate it. Your report back is due to us March 17th. Of course, we'd always happily take that earlier if that were of a possibility, but that's the date that it's scheduled for. So we appreciate your diligence with this part of the budget, and look forward to your report back. And in the meantime, have a great weekend. For the AFAers, we have one more block today. It starts at 3 o'clock. It will be the agricultural, what is it? Conservation and Forestry, Agricultural Conservation and Forestry are coming this afternoon. So we'll start promptly at 3 o'clock, and everyone else have a great weekend.
Thank you, Representative Peirce, and our clerk and analyst will be sure that we get back to you in a timely fashion.
No doubt. Take care.
Take care.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Teresa Purse, and this is the AFA committee. We're here for our afternoon session of the supplemental budget, and I'll just give us a couple minutes for people to fire up their computers in the late afternoon. I see both chairs of ACF are here. Do you plan on other committee members joining us this afternoon, or are you the balance? I want to make sure we give enough time.
No plan. I have no idea. We didn't, we told people yesterday that we had this meeting and left it up to them whether to come or not, so don't know.
Give it couple more seconds before we get going. Senator Dill, you always have such a fun background. Oh, you're on mute.
I said, yeah, sometimes it's a big bug, but today it's the University of Maine circa 1968.
Fun.
We appreciate it not being a bug.
Yeah, but you got some good pictures of those bugs behind me, Maggie.
Yeah, I have a Zoom yearbook. It's pretty good.
There we go. There we go. Well, we are live streaming. We've been on mic today since 10 a.m. with a bunch of different committees. So we're happy to have ACF here this afternoon. Again, I'm Teresa Purse. I am the House Chair of AFA. We are here to hear about the supplemental LD1995 and the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry Committee is joining us as well to hear that section of the budget. What we'll do this afternoon is have all of our testimony from the different commissioners and the different agencies all at one time. We'll have an opportunity for committees to ask questions of those, probably after each testimony, just to keep that a little clean. And then after all that's completed, we'll go hear from the public. Right now we have about a little over 11 people in our queue for public comment. We do have the prerogative of shutting off the ability for people to sign on 30 minutes after we announce that. So I think I will say that at 3:30, we probably won't add any more people to this list, but certainly my good clerk will let me know if anyone shows up because they're confused or late or something. We definitely want to hear from everyone, but we want to keep this in a pretty timely fashion as well. So welcome to the ACF committee, and I'll invite Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill to introduce themselves and any other members who may have showed up since, more people are streaming in. Senator Dill, would you like to introduce your committee to us?
Sure. I'm Senator Jim Dill, and I'm the Senate Chair of the Agriculture, Conservation, Forestry Committee, and I represent Senate District Number 5, Northern Penobscot County. And with me is my House Chair, who can introduce herself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maggie O'Neill. I represent House District 15, which is in Saco.
And I see Representative Hall is here.
Yes, thank you, Senator Dill. Representative Randy Hall from Wilton, and I represent District 114, 6 towns in southern Franklin County. Thank you.
Representative Pluker.
Pluker, represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Oh, can I interrupt you just for a second? We have a couple people that are using Cheryl McGowan's name. And so if you could just change your name so we address you correctly. Thanks so much. Continue on, Senator. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, no problem. Those are the only ones I see here. I see that our analyst, Karen Netto, is here. And I think
Senator Maximum is here, maybe.
Is she?
I'm here.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you as I was going through.
It's okay. My name's Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which is all of Lincoln County except for Dresden, plus the towns of Washington and Windsor.
And yep, is there anyone else? I guess not, Representative. I guess it's back to you.
It looks like the effort is here. There are a lot of us on online, so we often have to raise hands to find everyone. We did introduce ourselves, the AFA committee, earlier today. I'll just welcome all of you on behalf of our committee, and we won't go through introductions again. We do have a kind of a full agenda with a lot of testimony, and I think we'll begin with Commissioner Beal to walk us through the testimony of the department. Commissioner Beal.
Yes, thank you very much. Hold on just one second while I get set up here. Okay, good afternoon. I'm not sure if Senator Breen is here, but Senator Dill, Representatives Peirce and O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Amanda Beal, and I am the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm here today to testify in support of LD1995, the Governor's Supplemental Budget Proposal for state fiscal years 2022 and 2023. This testimony addresses each item and proceeds sequentially starting on page A10 through A28. And I would like to make a request if you don't mind. I've been a little under the weather this week and I have a scratchy throat still, and if it's okay, I would like to deliver the introductory remarks for our testimony and then turn it over to our Deputy Commissioner, Randy Charette, to deliver the rest of the testimony with the initiatives, just so I can save some vocal power here for questions.
Absolutely. I'm sorry that you're under the weather and hope that it's I hope you're on the mend, but can appreciate the voice issue. So please begin and then we'll transfer over.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. And I and Randy and our Business Operations Manager, Amy Carlton, will all be here for Q&A. So I'll start with some remarks about the overall budget. As Governor Mills has said, Maine people deserve every ounce of hard-won progress that we have achieved despite the pandemic, and Maine people have earned the progress that is yet to come. This supplemental provides additional relief to Maine people and ensures the continuity of the programs and services so vital to Maine residents. The governor has proposed giving back half of the surplus to Maine taxpayers to help them confront inflation. And she sets money aside in the Budget Stabilization Fund and other important reserves to ensure we can continue to fully fund public education and revenue sharing, two major accomplishments of this legislative body and this administration. The governor also focuses sharply on addressing Maine's biggest challenges, including tackling our state's long-standing workforce shortage to improve our economy, providing an affordable world-class education for Maine people, and on bolstering a healthcare system that has been pushed to the brink because of the pandemic. The governor seeks to do this in a fiscally responsible manner that provides needed assistance and support to Maine people while heeding the warnings of Maine's nonpartisan Revenue Forecasting Committee, which has expressed significant concern about shifting economic conditions, calling the fiscal environment unprecedented and variable, and noting that the accuracy of their forecast becomes less reliable in future years, leading them to urge caution in the use of revenues. The supplemental budget builds on the investments of the biennial and Maine Jobs Plan, both enacted within the last several months. The Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry is charged with promoting and advancing Maine's agricultural resources, protecting and enhancing nearly 18 million acres of forest land, managing more than 700,000 acres of state parks and public lands, and administering numerous science-based programs focused on resource management, land use planning, and conservation. The impact of our work is also quite extensive and supports a large part of our overall natural resource-based economy,
and our agriculture, forestry, and outdoor recreation sectors combined contribute more than $20 billion to our state's economy annually and supports approximately 140,000 jobs. Nearly 700 staff in our department oversee and carry out a wide range of duties on a daily basis through our 4 bureaus and 110 programs. I will take just a moment now to acknowledge just a sampling of their recent accomplishments. In the past year, our department has broken many records with demand for our services, both straining our resources while also reinforcing the need for the time, talent, and expertise of our staff. Maine state parks have seen increasing visitation numbers year after year, and in 2021 broke all-time records for both day use and camping, topping 3.3 million visitor days. Meanwhile, our Maine forest rangers responded to a record number of forest fires, 224% increase over 2019. And rescues of injured outdoor recreation enthusiasts due to increased recreation in Maine's backcountry has increased substantially as well. Our Bureau of Resource Information and Land Use Planning has seen a 70% increase in requests for review of comprehensive plans, and at the Land Use Planning Commission, a very large and still increasing number of building and development permits in the unorganized territories. And in our Bureau of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Resources, our staff responded to a 25 to 50% increase in food insecurity across our state, as well as a significant increase in consumer interest in accessing Maine-grown food, resulting in increasing demands on Maine meat facilities and our inspectors. As a result, Maine livestock and poultry producers must now wait months for an appointment to have their animals harvested and processed at facilities in Maine, which impacts farm viability and inhibits economic growth. In addition, DACF has continued to navigate through some very challenging and important issues we are faced with. The first is the ongoing effects of the pandemic and its direct impact on the sectors that we serve. In addition to responding to market disruptions and other complications caused by COVID-19, we have and/or are in the process of distributing more than $36 million in CARES and ARPA state relief funds to farms, food producers, and food banks to help with investments to strengthen our food system. We have also been working closely with Maine CDC and the Department of Environmental Protection, as well as other partners, to address the devastating impacts of PFAS contamination on farms in Maine. This is a complex journey that we are just beginning to understand the breadth of, and we know it is imperative that we do all we can to help impacted farms. The funding from the biennial budget and the additional funds we are requesting now will allow DACF to offer more support, but to be clear, it is not enough to resolve all of the challenges we face now and in the future. We believe our work to address the impacts of PFAS contamination will require robust and continuing financial support so that DACF and other state agencies can expand the scope of our response to match the need. In addition, DACF staff continue to be deeply engaged in the work of implementing the state's climate action plan, Maine Won't Wait, as the impacts of climate change touch every aspect of the work we do and the daily lives and livelihoods of the stakeholders we serve. You will see that our supplemental budget requests address all of this urgent and ongoing work, as well as critical needs within our programs, some of which are longstanding and have staff and public safety implications, or impact economic growth in the sectors we support. Of the 96 initiatives and 4 language items you will be asked to vote on in this budget, 10 initiatives and 2 language pieces are generally housekeeping in nature. These items include reallocating positions between accounts and establishing all other in capital allocation and many other special revenue accounts. In addition, 8 initiatives and 1 language piece are for PFAS support. Hopefully, these introductory comments provide helpful background information as you consider the following initiatives. And I will now hand it over to Randy Charette.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Mr. Charette.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Commissioner. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished committee chairs and members. My name is Randy Charette. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. We'll start first with the Animal Welfare Fund. This program ensures humane and proper treatment of animals. Staff are responsible for investigating animal cruelty, abuse, and neglect complaints, training animal control officers, inspecting and licensing board and breeding kennels, animal shelters, pet shops, and research facilities. It is also responsible for the Companion Animal Sterilization Fund for low-income residents of Maine and administers the statewide dog licensing program in cooperation with municipalities, including the online licensing program. The only initiative for this program on page A10 provides funding to align allocation with projected available resources in this program. This initiative increases allocation and other special revenue funds, all other, by $200,000 in fiscal year 23. The Bureau of Agricultural Food and Rural Resources. This program is responsible for animal and plant health, farm and consumer quality assurance, and agricultural product marketing. It also helps to promote rural educational events and seeks to develop the public understanding of Maine agricultural's importance to the state's economy, the vitality of rural communities, and Maine's quality of life. This program includes the divisions of agricultural resource development, animal and plant health, and quality assurance. The first initiative on page A11 establishes one limited period planning and research associate 2 position in the general fund in fiscal year 23 to assist animal health programs. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $89,522 and general fund all other of $3,500 in FY23. The next initiative on page A11 provides one-time funding in the general fund capital expenditures for $13,000 in fiscal year 23 to replace a cryoscope in the milk lab that is more than 30 years old. This equipment is used to detect adulterants in milk. The next initiative on page A11 establishes one agency GIS technology coordinator position in the general fund. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $95,704 and general fund all other of $3,500 in fiscal year 23. This is the first of several initiatives that will allow the Bureau to assist with PFAS contamination issues affecting farmers and agricultural producers across the state. The next initiative on page A11 establishes one agricultural compliance officer position in the general fund. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $86,074 and general fund all other of $15,500 in fiscal year 23. This position will assist with PFAS field work and outreach to farmers. The next initiative on page A11 establishes one public service manager 2 position in the general fund. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $118,712 and general fund all other of $3,500 in FY23. This position will manage all PFAS activities for the Bureau. The next initiative on page A11 continues and makes permanent one agricultural compliance officer position established in Public Law 2021, Chapter 398 for PFAS mitigation efforts. The next initiative on page A12 transfers 2 produce inspector 2 positions from the Federal Expenditures Fund to other special revenue funds within the same program to align expenses in the correct fund. This initiative decreases Federal Expenditures Fund personal services by $152,794 and all other by $20,000 and increases other special revenue funds personal services by $152,794 and all other by $8,146 in fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page A12 provides one-time funding for grants for durable greenhouse structures and associated siting and installation costs to schools, community centers, and other eligible public entities for shared and educational uses, and to enhance community-based opportunities for food production. This initiative increases allocation and other special revenue funds by $1.5 million in fiscal year 23 and has corresponding language in Part O of the budget on pages 24 and 25. The next initiative on page A12 provides one-time funding to abate, clean up, or mitigate threats or hazards posed by PFAS contamination impacting agricultural producers in the state and the food supply, to provide support to impacted farms, to support critical research necessary for farm viability, and to otherwise allow for the department to strategically and effectively respond to PFAS concerns and issues as they arise. This initiative increases allocation and other special revenue funds by $3 million in fiscal year 23 and has corresponding language in Part P of the budget on page 25. The next initiative on page A12 continues and makes permanent one consumer protection inspector position established in Public Law 2021, Chapter 398 for the Maine Meat and Poultry Inspection Program. The next initiative on page A12 provides funding and general fund capital expenditures for $40,000 in each year of the biennium to replace 2 mass comparators for the metrology lab, which are more than 20 years old. The next initiative on page A12 provides funding and general fund all other for $550,000 in fiscal year 23 to replace the antiquated feed, seed, and fertilizer database. This initiative includes ongoing funding of $50,000 for hosting and maintenance costs for the new system. The next initiative on page A12 establishes one state veterinarian position in the general fund in fiscal year 23 and provides general fund personal services of $126,398 and general fund all other of $15,500 to assist with live animal risk and assessment activities related to PFAS. Next initiative on page A13 establishes one agricultural compliance officer position in the general fund in FY23 and provides general fund personal services of $86,074 and general fund all other of $3,500 to focus on food safety issues on PFAS impacted farms. The next initiative on page A13 transfers the legislative count for one consumer protection inspection position from federal expenditures fund to all other special revenue fund in both years of the biennium. The funding for this position was previously transferred in Public Law 2021, Chapter 398, but the associated legislative count did not move with the funding. The next initiative on page A13 establishes one consumer protection inspector position, funded 50% by the general fund and 50% by the federal expenditures fund. Demand for the Maine Meat and Poultry Programs inspection services continues to rise. Since 2018, our inspectors have overseen inspections of a 40% increase in pork and beef inspections and an approximate 500% increase in the number of poultry inspections. This position will provide inspection services to meet growing demand and reduce wait times for livestock producers. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $44,763 in FY23 and general fund all other of $4,750 in fiscal year 23, and increases allocation and federal expenditures fund personal services by $44,759 in FY23 and federal expenditures fund all other by $7,389 in FY23. The next initiative on page 813 establishes one management analyst 2 position in the general fund in fiscal year 23, and provides general fund personal services of $92,371 and general fund all other of $3,500 to assist in tracking all financial transactions related to PFAS mitigation efforts. Next, we'll move on to the Division of Forest Protection. This program provides forest fire and forest resources protection to Maine's nearly 18 million acres of forest lands. The division has responsibility for wildfires and protecting landowners through wildfire readiness, prevention, detection, suppression, and natural resources law enforcement. The first initiative on page A14 provides funding in general fund all other of $104,000 in each year of the biennium for the central fleet management costs for newly hired rangers. The next initiative on page A14 provides funding in general fund all other for $35,000 in FY23 to cover increased insurance rates for aviation coverage. The next initiative on page A14 provides funding in general fund all other for $9,600 in each year of the biennium for increased lease costs in our Old Town facility. The next initiative on page A14 provides funding in general fund all other for $28,000 in fiscal year 23 to purchase aviation safety management systems recommended by the National Transportation Safety Board. The next initiative on page A14 provides funding in general fund all other for $10,000 in fiscal year 23 to begin the replacement of weather stations across the state on a rotating basis. The next initiative on page A14 provides one-time funding in general fund capital expenditures for $179,200 in FY23 to replace 16 of our 24 snowmobiles, all of which are more than 25 years old. The next initiative on page A14 provides one-time funding in general fund capital expenditures for $28,400 in fiscal year 23 to replace 3 outboard motors. 2 of these are non-functional at the moment, and the third is unreliable and not safe from an operator's perspective. Forest resource management. This program preserves the overall health of Maine's forest resources by protecting forest, shade, and ornamental tree resources of the state from significant insect and disease damage, and providing pest management and damage prevention. An annualized 5-year cycle inventory of Maine's forest resources is conducted by this program. Technical assistance, scientific and economic information, and educational services to Maine's family forest owners and forest industry, landowners, and the public are also provided by this program. The first initiative on page A15 provides one-time funding and general fund capital expenditures of $21,000 to purchase a biosafety cabinet and an autoclave for the entomology lab. The next initiative on page A15 provides one-time funding in general fund all other to replace a boat used by Forest Health for damage assessments and to access inventory plots. The next initiative on page A15 provides one-time funding in general fund capital expenditures of $19,000 to purchase 3 microscopes for Forest Health. The next initiative on page A15 provides one-time funding in general fund all other of $8,000 to purchase 16 Kenwood MURS radios for staff safety in remote locations. The next initiative on page A15 reallocates the cost of 4 conservation aid positions from 100% federal expenditures fund to 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund. This initiative will increase general fund personal services by $64,220 and general fund all other by $16,800 in fiscal year 23, and will reduce allocation in the federal expenditures fund personal services by $64,220 and federal expenditures fund all other by $17,404 in FY23. These positions support the important work on emerald ash borer and brown tail moth, which are not on federal lists, so cannot be supported with federal funds, and therefore the work needs to be supported by the general fund. The next initiative on page A15 provides one-time funding and general fund capital expenditures for $67,200 in fiscal year 23 to replace 6 of this program's snowmobiles. Current equipment is unreliable and pose safety concerns. They are also more than 20 plus years old. The next initiative on page A15 provides one-time funding and general fund capital expenditures for $18,000 in FY23 to purchase 2 all-terrain vehicles needed to access remote forest inventory plots. The next initiative on page A15 establishes 2 senior planner positions and 4 Forester 1 positions in the general fund. The Forest Carbon Program Task Force recommended adding staff to develop training modules for landowners, loggers, and foresters on climate-friendly forest management practices and to allow for greater outreach to landowners. This initiative increases general fund personal services by $557,476 and general fund all other by $81,000 in fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page A15 provides funding in general fund all other for $8,000 in fiscal year 23 for airlifts into remote plots that cannot be accessed by foot or off-road vehicles. The next initiative on page A16 increases allocation and other special revenue funds by $80,000 in fiscal year 23 to align allocation with projected available resources and to reduce the need for financial orders in this account. The next initiative on page A16 provides funding and reallocates 1 office associate 2 position from 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund to 100% general fund to align work effort with the appropriate funding source. This initiative will increase general fund personal services by $33,179 in FY22 and by $34,474 in fiscal year 23, and will reduce allocation and federal expenditures fund personal services by the same amounts. The next initiative on page A16 provides general fund all other of $17,240 in fiscal year 23 to purchase 20 Garmin global positioning system units to provide communication for field staff to address safety issues and to provide coverage where other radios do not work. This initiative includes $5,240 in ongoing funding for annual subscription costs. The next initiative on page A16 reallocates the cost of 2 entomology technician positions from 100% federal expenditures fund to 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund. This initiative will increase general fund personal services by $68,157 and general fund all other by $8,400 in fiscal year 23, and will reduce allocation in the federal expenditures fund personal services by $68,157 and federal expenditures fund all other by $11,130 in FY23. These positions also work to support work on emerald ash borer and brown tail moth, again, which are not on federal list, so their efforts cannot be applied against federal grants and need to be supported by the general fund. The next initiative on page A16 establishes 1 entomologist 2 position in the general fund to assist with the critical need in public health emergencies related to mosquito vector diseases and to meet statutory requirements related to insects, diseases, and abiotic agents that are potentially injurious to forest resources. This initiative will increase general fund personal services by $89,522, and general fund all other by $15,500 in fiscal year 23.
Deputy Director,
Yes.
would you like a minute to have a glass of water? And I'm just going to welcome a couple more representatives who have joined on.
Yes, that would be fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Schofield, Representative Osher, and Representative McCray, welcome all to the committee. Giving our Deputy Director a minute to get a drink of water. He's got a lot of testimony here for us. So thanks for attending. Anytime you're ready, Deputy Director.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Commissioner, I'm sorry, doing that wrong.
The next initiative on page A16 reallocates the cost of 4 entomology technician positions from 100% federal expenditures fund to 50% general fund and 50% federal expenditures fund. This initiative will increase general fund personal services by $145,244 and general fund all other by $16,800 in fiscal year 23, and will reduce allocation in the federal expenditures fund personal services by $145,244 and federal expenditures fund all other by $17,404 in fiscal year 23. These positions support work on emerald ash borer and brown-tailed moth, again, which are not supported by federal funds. The next initiative on page A16 establishes 2 senior entomology technician positions in the general fund to respond to insect and disease requests for assistance in education in central and southern regions. This initiative will increase general fund personal services by $155,792 and general fund all other by $31,000 in FY23. Next, we'll discuss the fund to address food insecurity and provide nutrition incentives. This fund supports programs incentivizing the purchase of local foods by participants in federal food and nutrition assistance programs, such as the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. The only initiative in this program on page A17 increases allocation and other special revenue funds by $50,000 in fiscal year 23 to establish a baseline allocation in this account to allow for the receipt of contributions from public and private sources. Geology and resource information. This program includes the Maine Geological Survey, floodplain management, and municipal planning assistance. The Maine Geological Survey focuses on groundwater, the source of drinking water for more than 50% of the state's citizens, aquifer analysis, coastal geology, including coastal hazards, and mapping and geologic framework of the state. Furthering the mission on hazard mitigation, floodplain management carries out the objectives of the National Flood Insurance Program under the Federal Emergency Management Agency by assisting municipalities and individuals with assessments of flood risk and protection options. The Municipal Planning Assistance Program implements specific elements of the Growth Management Act, including providing municipal technical assistance with an emphasis on climate adaptation. It acts as a state liaison with regional planning organizations. It also coordinates across state programs to ensure growth and economic development and to balance the use and protection of the state's natural resources. The first initiative on page A14 establishes 1 limited period senior planner position in the general fund to assist with comprehensive plan review and to provide technical assistance to municipalities through the Municipal Planning Assistance Program. The surge in municipal requests for comprehensive planning is beyond the existing capacity in this program. This initiative increases general fund personal services by $96,064 and general fund all other by $3,500 in FY23. The next initiative on page A18 establishes 1 limited period planner 2 position in the general fund to provide grant and contract management assistance, data assembly, and technical assistance within the Municipal Planning Assistance Program. This initiative increases general fund personal services by $86,434 and general fund all other by $3,500 in FY23. The next initiative on page 18 establishes one public service manager, one position in the general fund as the director of the Municipal Planning Assistance Program. This initiative reinstates a vital position that was eliminated in a prior budget to provide necessary guidance and management for this program, and increases general fund personal services by $115,451 and general fund all other by $3,500 in fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page A18 provides funding in general fund all other for $16,000 in FY23 for a contract to hire summer interns to assist with field work and geology, including monitoring of dune and bluff erosion, near shore beach mapping, and living shoreline stabilization projects. The next initiative on page A18 provides funding in general fund all other for $50,000 in fiscal year 23 to add additional wells to the existing groundwater monitoring network and instrument more wells across Maine with data loggers to provide more useful information for tracking short-term drought and other seasonal groundwater changes. This initiative includes $10,000 in ongoing funds for data collection and maintenance. The next initiative on page A18 establishes one limited period secretary associate position in the general fund to provide support to staff across the Bureau of Resources, Information, and Land Use Planning. This initiative increases general fund personal services by $75,518 and general fund all other by $3,500 in fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page A18 establishes one limited period senior planner position in the general fund to assist with the implementation of various aspects of the state's climate action plan. This initiative increases general fund personal services by $96,064 and general fund all other by $3,500 in fiscal year 23. Harness Racing Commission. This program provides oversight, support, and promotion for Maine's harness racing industry to ensure the integrity of live racing and wagering at facilities in Maine. The first initiative in this program on page A19 adjusts allocation and other special revenues funds, all other, upward by $1,025,533 in fiscal year 22 and downward by $1,417,813 in fiscal year 23 to recognize revenue changes approved by the Revenue Forecasting Committee in December 2021. The next initiative on page A19 increases allocation in other special revenue funds by $218,000 in FY23 to align allocation with projected available resources for advanced deposit wagering for horse racing. Land for Maine's Future. This program coordinates and finances the acquisition of lands and easements for conservation, water access, outdoor recreation, wildlife and fish habitat, farmland, and working waterfront conservation. The only initiative in this program on page A19 provides funding in general fund all other of $6,000 in fiscal year 23 for the annual fee paid to Informe for the Conservation Lands Registry database. Land for Maine's Future community conservation projects. This program coordinates and finances the acquisition of lands and easements for conservation projects of local or regional significance that promote specific goals. The only initiative in this program on page A19 establishes one senior planner and one paralegal assistant position to efficiently execute the Land for Maine's Future's goals. This initiative increases allocation and other special revenue funds, personal services by $172,461 and reduces all other by the same amount to provide the necessary capacity to manage the funds and projects resulting from the $40 million allocated to this program for land protection in the biennial budget. Land management and planning. This program manages the state's 630,000 acres of public lands and performs sustainable timber management under the principles of multiple use. Maine public lands are Sustainable Forestry Initiative and Forest Stewardship Council certified. During the pandemic, recreational use on public lands has grown considerably, creating new management challenges for the Bureau. At the same time, market conditions in the forest products sector have resulted in challenges for timber management. The only initiative in this program on page A20 establishes one limited period Forester 2 position to focus on marketing forest products in the public lands western region. This initiative increases other special revenue funds, personal services by $98,043 and all other by $8,399 in FY23. Maine Conservation Corps. This program provides job skills training while supporting and preserving Maine's natural resources and is closely aligned with the National AmeriCorps program. It is geared towards encouraging youth volunteerism. The only initiative in this program on page 820 transfers and reallocates one Office Associate 2 position from 90% all other special revenues fund and 10% federal expenditures fund to 50% general fund and 40% special revenue funds and 10% federal expenditures fund. It also reallocates 2 volunteer services coordinator positions from 100% other special revenue funds to 50% general fund and 50% other special revenue funds, and provides general fund all other for programmatic support. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $27,544 in fiscal year 22 and $123,554 in fiscal year 23, and general fund all other of $40,000 in fiscal year 22 and $160,000 in FY23. It also reduces allocation and other special revenues fund personal services by $27,544 in fiscal year 22 and $123,015 in fiscal year 23. These changes will keep the program at current staffing capacity. Maine Land Use Planning Commission. This program serves as the planning and zoning board for the 425 unorganized townships, 27 plantations, 7 organized towns, and over 600 unorganized coastal islands, which cover 10.4 million acres, about half the state. The first initiative in this program on page 821 provides general fund all other of $30,000 in FY23 for contracted services to scan paper permits and to provide access to electronic records and to better protect these records from any physical damage over time. The next initiative on page 821 establishes one limited period senior planner position in the general fund to improve connections with regional stakeholders, respond to multiple regional plan renewals across the LUPC service area, and account for regional differences in its planning mission. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $96,064 and all other of $3,500 in fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page 821 provides general fund all other of $35,000 in FY23 for contracted services for consulting engineer to assist staff in responding to greatly increased and more complex development and building permit demands. The next initiative on page A21 provides general fund all other of $8,000 in fiscal year 23 for a contract to hire summer interns to assist with policy research, addressing the impacts and regulatory options for short-term rental properties, updating mapping projects for land use guidance, flood risk, and subdivision history. The next initiative on page A21 establishes one environmental specialist for position in the general fund to investigate enforcement issues and relieve pressure on permitting staff. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $103,458 and all other of $3,500 in fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page A21 establishes one limited period mapping and graphic arts specialist 2 position to provide mapping support and database management. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $89,097 and all other of $3,500 in fiscal year 23. Milk Commission. This program sets the minimum wholesale and retail price of milk. The commission staff manages daily operations, conducts audits of dairy product processors to ensure proper payment to farmers, and conducts studies required by statute to establish retail milk prices. The only initiative in this program on page A22, adjust allocation and other special revenue funds, all other, upward by $156,481 in FY22 and downward by $19,653 in fiscal year 23 to recognize revenue changes approved by the Revenue Forecasting Committee in December of 2021. Natural Areas Program. This program collects, maintains, and disseminates field-based inventory information on habitats of statewide significance to guide natural resource management and acquisition. In addition to tracking the status and trends of at-risk species and habitats, this program also serves as the central repository for information on the identification and management of Maine's terrestrial invasive plants. The program works proactively with developers to avoid and minimize impact to Maine's unique natural areas, thereby potentially heading off costly conflicts and delays. The only initiative in this program on page A22 provides allocation and other special revenue funds, all other, for $250,000 in fiscal year 23 for general operating expenses related to maintaining a statewide inventory of at-risk species and working with landowners and land managers on the management of unique natural areas. This initiative will better align allocation with projected available and needed resources and reduce the need for financial orders in this account. Off-road recreational vehicles program. This program plans, develops, and maintains snowmobile and ATV trails directly and through grants and aid to clubs and municipalities, funded by registration fees and a small percentage of gas tax revenue. It also manages approximately 300 miles of state-owned or leased multi-use rail trails, purchases, builds, and maintains state-owned public boat launch sites, is responsible for marking navigational hazards in selected lakes, and provides grants and technical assistance to municipalities and others in developing and maintaining locally owned boat launch sites. Studies have shown that these recreational activities have a positive economic impact on Maine's general economy. The only initiative in this program on page A22 increases allocation and other special revenue funds, all other, by $758,639 in fiscal year 23 to align allocation with projected available resources due to increased ATV trail usage and will reduce the need for financial orders in this account. Office of the Commissioner. This program provides leadership, oversight, and operational direction for the department. This program is responsible for the centralized budget for the Office of Information Technology, Natural Resources Service Center, the Attorney General's Office, and the Office of the Commissioner. There are 28 initiatives in this program beginning on page A23. Most of the initiatives in this program are for information technology costs associated with initiatives that I have already discussed in each program area. This applies to the 1st through 4th initiatives, 6th through the 12th, 16th through the 24th, 27th, and 28th initiatives. Therefore, I'll begin with the 5th initiative on page A23, which increases allocation and other special revenue funds, all other, by $45,157 in fiscal year 22 and $44,390 in FY23 for the increased costs of centralized financial and human resource services provided by the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. The 13th initiative at the top of page A25 provides funding to replace mobile and handheld CommNet radios for field staff safety. This initiative provides general fund all other of $5,950 and increases allocation and other special revenue funds all other by $1,075 in fiscal year 23. The 14th initiative on page A25 provides general fund all other of $84,630 in a fiscal year 23 for the Ending Hunger in Maine Vista project. These funds will provide site hosting fees for state agencies, leverage philanthropic and federal funds, and provide necessary training and supplies to the 25-member workforce. This modest investment unlocks $650,749 in funding from federal sources to address hunger and food insecurity in the state of Maine. The 15th initiative on page A25 provides funding for the approved reorganization of one office assistant 2 position to an office associate 2 position effective July 1, 2022. This initiative increases allocation and other special revenue funds personal services by $2,221 and all other by $52 in fiscal year 23. The 25th initiative at the top of page A25 establishes one departmental GIS manager position to coordinate department-wide geographic information system usage. This initiative provides funding in general fund all other of $3,247 in fiscal year 23 and increases allocation and other special revenue funds personal services by $116,417 and all other by $6,899 in fiscal year 23. The 26th initiative on page A25 establishes one deputy commissioner position to provide additional resource identified as a critical need to best serve our mission, respond appropriately and efficiently to public needs that span numerous different technical areas and audiences, and fulfills the legislative intent of our department. The initiative provides general fund personal services of $216,358 and general fund all other of $6,747 in fiscal year 23, and other special revenue funds all other of $587 in fiscal year 23. Parks General Operations. This program manages approximately 100,000 acres, including 48 state parks and historic sites, and serves over 3 million visitors each year. It offers many public service activities, such as the Take It Outside program, an initiative to bring kids and their families into the outdoors for recreation year-round. This program also provides for recreational opportunities and the construction and management of fire-safe public campsites in the West Branch Penobscot River Corridor and the Allagash Wilderness Waterway. State park visitation has increased dramatically during the pandemic, imposing challenges on limited staff during peak seasons. The first initiative in this program on page A28 provides general fund all other of $13,200 in fiscal year 23 to equip park managers at state parks with smartphones to ensure staff and visitor safety. The next initiative on page A28 establishes one planning and research associate 2 position in the general fund to manage grants and monitor land and water conservation fund sites for compliance. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $89,522 and general fund all other of $9,500 in fiscal year 23. The next initiative on page A28 establishes one limited period historic site specialist position in the general fund to provide interpretation and planning around historical and archaeological sites. This initiative provides general fund personal services of $96,064 and general fund all other of $3,500 in fiscal year 23. The first initiative on page A28 establishes 18 seasonal assistant park ranger positions in the general fund to enhance our ability to meet current operational needs in Maine's state parks. This will restore positions that were limited in a prior budget and help begin to address the impacts of increased park visitation that we've been experiencing over the last few years. The initiative provides general fund personal services of $213,264 in fiscal year 22 and $603,306 in fiscal year 23. Next, we'll move on to the language portions of the budget. Part M on pages 23 and 24 changes the deputy director position from serving at the pleasure of the commissioner to a classified confidential position. The proposed change will be consistent with other positions at this level within the department and provide better stability for continuity of operations and retention of institutional knowledge amongst administration changes. Part N on page 24 changes the deputy commissioner reference from singular to plural. Part O on pages 24 and 25 authorizes a transfer of $1.5 million in fiscal year 21-22 from unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the community-based greenhouse, Bureau of Agricultural, Food and Rural Resources, other special revenue funds account to allow the department to make grants for community-based greenhouses to schools, community centers, and other eligible public entities for shared educational uses and to enhance community-based operations for food production. Part P on page 25 authorizes a transfer of $3 million in fiscal year 21-22 from unappropriated surplus of the general fund to the PFAS reserve, Bureau of Agricultural, Food and Rural Resources, other special revenue funds account to assist farmers and agricultural producers in the state that have been greatly affected by PFAS contamination, to support critical PFAS research, and to otherwise allow for the department to strategically and effectively respond to PFAS concerns and issues related to agriculture. This concludes the presentation of our 22-23 supplemental budget. We'd be glad to respond to any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner. We appreciate the testimony. I see Representative Fay has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that was quite a recitation, Deputy Commissioner. Thank you for that. So my questions are back in the sort of the beginning on on page A11, I have to go back to where I was. You talk about a couple of different PFAS positions, and one of them was, and maybe more than one, I'm not sure, was about field work and outreach to farmers. And I'm curious if the department has a description or a vision as to what that looks like. And then I have a question about the $3 million as well, but we'll start there.
Yes, I can start to answer that question and welcome Randy or Amy to jump in and supplement. But yes, we do have a vision for that position. The work that we're doing with farmers is very farm specific, and it requires a lot of, technical assistance and outreach, a lot of testing and on the ground field work to really understand the level of contamination on a farm and the sources, and to start working with the farmer to come up with, if possible, a plan to change management practices or change production types and other types of changes on their farm to try to find a pathway to viability. And so it is very time consuming, but it's very important that we do that work one-on-one with each farm, because every farm is different and every situation is different.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I can either ask my question now or wait until others.
I would just ask it's PFAS,
Okay,
right?
thank you. Thanks. So on the $3 million, is there a sort of a plan that you've got for how that money is going to be spent right now, or are you asking for it and then going to develop a plan around it, is the first part of that question. And then the second part of the question is it enough?
Oh, am I muted? No, I'm not. Good. That's a great question. So we so far have been, with the farms that we've been working with, we're able to reimburse them for testing expenses or to pay for testing, and also to put in, if they need a water filtration system for their farm operation, we can pay for that as well. We are currently in the process of working through putting together an income loss program so that we can help them with the income that they're not going to be getting while we are working with them. This takes a lot of time. So the program that we're working on would replace income lost for up to a year as a starting point. I think we have to see, for some farms it could take longer to work out their situation. But one of the factors that also sort of elongates the period of time that we need to work with farmers is that testing capacity is quite slow right now. We have to send all of our tests out of state. It can take more than a month, several weeks to get the results back. And so that's, if we're determining that products are adulterated and they are being pulled from the grocery store shelves or from their farmer's market stand, then we want to be able to make sure that they don't lose everything in the time it takes to figure out what their options are.
Representative Schofield and then Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Beal and Deputy Commissioner Charette for being here. I have a couple of questions. One relates to and I didn't hear anything, and you may not be able to fully respond, but earlier this year, there was some federal ARP money that came in, and the Bureau of Parks was looking at ways to utilize that funding, and they were checking with the feds to make sure that the projects that they had in mind were indeed covered under that. And I haven't heard anything recently whether those projects have been started. Construction season is fast approaching, and I am thinking that it would behoove the
at least us and the committees to understand where we're at in that process. And my second question, if I might, is I'm pleased, very pleased that the 18 seasonal park ranger positions are being asked for, actually returned as they were taken away some time ago. And that pleases me, but I'm also concerned that that there is enough money for training and peripheral gear for the rangers. Radios, for instance, are something that is problematic. I know that communications is important for safety purposes and enforcement purposes, and I'm just wondering if you could respond to the peripheral needs of those rangers when they are brought back. Thank you very much.
Yes, I believe actually we've been working on an update for the ACF committee anyway on where we are with the process around the ARPA funding for parks. And what I can say is that we've been working with the budget office and DAFs, and we had originally submitted a list of about 300 projects that we're interested in accomplishing with those funds if they're a fit. And so we're going through the process of just analyzing whether or not they are all a fit. And then you may know that in early January, the final rule for ARPA funds was published in the Federal Register. So that provided some additional clarification. And so we have worked to revise our request, and I think we're getting really close to being able to go forth. And in the meantime, we are doing some things to really be primed and ready to go. For example, we are, making sure that we have finalized our personnel and hiring forms for 2 of the positions that were established by LD1993, and also, talking with DOT about their procurement processes and how they might be able to help us with some of the road work that is going to be necessary. So we will have something to you all before you start working on the budget next week. And then the other piece about the 18 park rangers, I would say that, yeah, we're very pleased to be asking for 18 more park rangers as well, because as you heard, our trajectory, the numbers in our parks, it's going up and up and up. And we are quite short-staffed in some of our parks. I will mention we are working on a report that really summarizes the broader needs of state parks and staffing, and we will be giving that to the ACF committee later this year. But in the meantime, those 18 positions are going to be very helpful in terms of training and do we have enough funds for gear and whatnot. I think I'd like to ask Amy Carlton or Randy. Amy might have a better sense of the answer to this question, but maybe either of them can take it up.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Carlton, and I'm the Business Operations Manager for the department. There is an initiative. Some of the supplies or equipment that are technological in nature, radios, you're not going to see under parks. You'll see them in the Office of the Commissioner because we consolidate all of those type of expenses there. And although there is a new initiative in parks, looking for some funding on page A28 to equip managers with some smartphones which have some additional capability for safety concerns. That's what's in here in this budget. But as Commissioner Beal mentioned, we are looking at the report, and when that comes out, we will be looking to see what are the resources that they need.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate the information.
Commissioner, before Representative O'Neill goes, if you could make sure that we get the report on the ARPA funds as well, the AFA committee, I think we're very interested in the work that you're doing with those state parks and the renovations and et cetera. So thank you so much. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, my first 2 questions are about PFAS. And the first was, you had mentioned that the speed of testing. And I'm wondering if you can talk about right now, and also bring back information to the work session about things that might be in this budget or corresponding initiatives in DEP or elsewhere about speeding up testing? And then my second question is about the expected timeline. I saw a lot of great positions, and I appreciate the focus and all the work that you've done to plan for this. And I'm curious about the expected timeline for posting jobs and getting those filled, and just kind of what that'll look like. And if we could get, something more formal brought back for the work session, that'd be great too, please.
Yes, absolutely. On the expected timeline piece, I will say, and I apologize to Representative Fay. I realized I didn't answer the second part of one of her questions when she had asked about the funds that we have and is it enough? That's a hard question to answer, to be honest. What we do know is that our caseload of the number of farms that we're working with has tripled since the beginning of this year. And a lot of that has to do with, DEP is moving through their process. They're testing tier 1 sites right now. But there are farms that are self-testing, or they're contracting private testing because they want to know, and they are wanting to know about any issues for the health of their own family and their customers and their workers, their community. And so they're coming forward faster than I think we could have anticipated. But we're wanting to, be ready to help them and anyone else that comes forth in that way as soon as possible. So I would say we're beginning to understand the breadth of the situation. We don't have a picture of the full scope. So if it's, whether it's enough, we don't know. We'll find out as time goes on. But I think what we're asking for is, as I said in the introduction to our testimony, I expect we'll come back and ask for more over the years. I just anticipate that will be so. And in terms of the expected timeline, because of this real uptick in activity and need, we actually did go ahead and, we're working on it. We haven't done it yet, but we are getting ready to try to establish some of these positions by financial order sooner, because quite frankly, we just don't have what we need right now to deal with the number of folks who need our support. So we would hopefully be looking to fill some of these positions sooner versus later. And then, so, and was there another part to your question? I'm so sorry if I missed it.
Oh, thank you. The second part was about speeding up testing and just kind of what's in the positions shown here, what's in DEP or elsewhere, and just could we have some formal info on that for the work session too, please?
Yep, you're right. There are multiple parts here, and there is some funding that's being requested to stand up some in-state testing. So we can put together an informational sheet on that.
That'd be helpful. Thanks.
Yep.
And
Commissioner, go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to ask some follow-ups, but not related to PFAS. So if you
let me just ask a PFAS follow-up. I believe that there's a request in HHS around testing for PFAS. Is that correct? I'm seeing a nodding of your head. We heard that testimony. Had a lot of testimony this week. I think that's what we heard on Monday. So look forward to having sort of a good overview of where this lands in a lot of different budgets, so that we're sure we're understanding that dynamic. Representative O'Neill, please continue, and then we have Representative Hymanson.
Thank you. My next question was about, I saw the item about the climate plan implementation planner, and I wondered for the work session, I'd like to have a map of what's in the climate plan that pertains to DACF, and then I'd like to see what it is that we've accomplished so far, what's requested here in the budget, and then what's left to be done that that's not being met, just so that I can get an idea of where we stand.
Yes, we can definitely pull something like that together.
Thanks. That would be super helpful. And then another request is, I saw the climate friendly forest management support for small landowners. I wondered if you could talk a bit now about what that means and provide a bit more info when you come to the work session too, just to get an idea.
Sure.
Did you
Are
want
you
to
able to
address
speak to it a
that
bit now,
or?
or?
Oh, I can speak to it now if you want me to, or if you want us to put
That'd
together
be great,
something more
please. Yeah, I'd like
comprehensive.
something more formal for the work session, please, but just a little bit now to know about it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on the climate plan implementation, I would say that there is a lot that intersects with our department, as you can imagine. You know, having such a broad reach of programs and different activities that we do, and the impact of climate change on our natural resource industries and our land base and our natural resources in general. So there's quite a lot that intersects with our department, and I know it's been a little while since we've talked about it, but we've done a number of things. We've had an interagency group of staff that have worked together to identify amongst the natural resource agencies what are some of the cross-cutting issues that we can be working on together. And I know that staff in my department and other departments have certainly been looking at programs and policies through a lens of are we doing everything we can to be part of the implementation of the climate plan given our existing resources. We've also done a number of other activities, such as the Forest Carbon Program Task Force, that met and put together a report, met over the course of several months. And that's where that idea of really needing more support for landowners, for small wood landowners, to help them to understand the value of forest management plans and to see how it is that they can help be part of the good work that is helping us to sequester more carbon through our management of forests. And so that's another piece. We're working right now on a soil carbon study, which a report on that, interim report on that, went to the ACF committee yesterday, I believe. Yeah, so that's just that snapshot of what we've been doing, but we can put together something more comprehensive.
Thank you, that'd be helpful.
All set, Representative O'Neill?
I'll let others go and then finish up after.
Oh, okay. So re-raise your hand then when you're ready for that. Representative Hymanson and then Representative Osher.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Beal. And thanks, Representative Peirce, for mentioning the collaboration with HHS and their new HEDA lab to expanding testing. My question was about private wells and what kind of conversation is in the offing for private well testing.
So that is under DEP's purview. That is work that they're doing, and when they do find an impacted residence, they will pay for a filtration system to be put in place.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Osher.
Thank you very much. It's my first session, and so thank you. I'm new at this, but I was listening to each line item and describing, and there were descriptions for personnel services and general funds, and then it came to horse racing commission. And the dollars in personnel services were usually under $100,000, and then some of these, very small amounts for this general fund other. And then we get to the harness racing commission, and the numbers are in the millions. So could you explain to me about the harness racing commission and what's going on with that money?
Yeah, I would like to ask either Randy or Amy to take the lead on this one, and then I can supplement if needed.
Hi. So what you're seeing in the budget here are two things. One is first, let me say, you're not seeing the baseline. The baseline's already established. So for staff and whatnot, where you were referencing the other personal services lines and so forth, what you're actually seeing here is two initiatives that are changing the actual program or adding to. One is the adjustments that are made through the casino and Racino funding that are adjusted every twice a year by the Revenue Forecasting Committee. So this initiative there actually catches up, and those funds get distributed in a number of different ways and out into the industry. So one of them is a revenue forecasting adjustment that this initiative just catches us up to revenue forecasting. And the other one is advanced wagering, which again is been a relatively new, I believe is going to be included in the Revenue Forecasting Committee's projections going forward, but this catches them up until that happens. That's the simulcast wagering across the state that has in the not so distant past been approved. So both of what you're seeing there are just adjustments to or changes in the program.
So what you're saying is that there's the revenue forecasting is forecasting that a different amount of revenue is coming in more, and that revenue will then be used to directly go back into the racing.
Absolutely. Yep.
So there's not a piece of it that ends up going to the money comes in and then we use it for something else.
Nope, statutorily, the programs in which that it gets distributed to, there's a formula in the statute that tells us where the funds go once it comes in.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple questions. Maybe the first one might be for Ms. Carlton. I don't know which budget it was from last session, but we passed $10 million kind of for PFAS relief. And I know anecdotally, I understand that the department signaled that mostly for filtration on irrigation wells. And I was wondering how much of that money is still around, and if the remainder of that money will be looped into some of these other ideas that we've been talking about, that the commissioner was talking about with income replacement and those kinds of things for the farmers in the short term.
Yeah, I can take the lead on this one. So of the $10 million that we asked for, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Amy, I think we've spent near $1.5 million, but that doesn't capture all of, our activity has really ramped up around all of these new farms. So that was, when we were working with 2 farms. And so as you can imagine, we're going to be funding exponentially faster. The other thing about the farms we worked with before is that they were dairy farms. And so they had access to the USDA's dairy indemnification program. So their income replacement was basically, they were able to access those funds. What we're doing now is, because we're getting out further afield from just dairy, is that we are working on this income replacement program for the farms that can't access the DIP program because they're not dairy farms. And there's no other program like that in the USDA, which is something we're advocating for, of course. But for the moment, we're just trying to make sure that all of the farmers that we're working with are going to be able to, we're going to be able to help them on that level as well. So we're anticipating that we're going to be funding much more quickly as we go forward.
Great. And that 8.5 that's left will be used for those purposes.
Yes.
Not just irrigation.
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
And then another question, I got a phone call this morning from a beef farmer who's having to prove that he doesn't have PFAS in his beef, and it's hurting his sales. He doesn't have any method of proving this. With some of the positions that we've talked about in the budget today, would some of that work be helping the farmers who are not affected by PFAS but are kind of indirectly affected by the PFAS issue and needing to prove the quality of the cleanliness of their product. Is that something the department's looking at and some of those positions might be able to help producers with?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Very good point. We haven't been talking about that so much just because we're trying to, respond to the folks that we know are impacted. And we don't have all these positions yet, so we're doing this with very few people. But that's something we can certainly think about. We did, when we very first started going down this road, because the farms that were identified first were dairy farms, we've continued to do actually retail milk sampling to be able to verify that the commercial milk supply in the grocery store is safe. And so that is something that we've done with milk. We can certainly, think about what that might look like for other products. But I think we're trying to right now to, work with the sort of emergency situations that we are finding some farms in.
Thank you. And I think just in the policy committee and ACF, I'd be happy to talk about that some more and see how we could support that.
Representative Hymanson, did you have another question? Your hand is up. No? Okay. Representative O'Neill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about LUPC enforcement, and I just wondered if you could talk about the situation with, development and it being discussed that enforcement's been a problem. How many folks are there now? Is one position enough? I just want to hear a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a great question. And that position, absolutely, we're asking for it because we know that enforcement is important and we want to make sure we have the capacity to do that work. And so is one person enough? That's what our bureau director asked for. So I'm inclined to think that is what she felt would be sufficient, but I'm happy to have more conversation and let you know if there's any new further information on that front when we get into the ACF committee discussion.
Thank you. That would be helpful because I know that's come up quite a bit when I've had different discussions about mining and all kinds of stuff that's come up. But and my other question was about animal welfare. I know we had a conversation previously about not being able to cover the full cost of the program, and is that what we're looking at in one of the first items in the animal welfare, or is that something different?
Let's see if Amy or Randy, you find it faster than me, feel free to jump right in.
Yeah, so that initiative was really an allocation increase. So it was associated with the companion animal sterilization fund. So we're getting more revenue than we have allocation for. And so we've asked for additional allocation so we can kind of balance those two out and don't have to write financial orders. That money comes from pet food surcharge.
Thank you.
Yep.
All set, Representative O'Neill, or?
Thanks. I think just one more question about, I think I just have LMF planner and assistant written down, and I just wanted to know if you could talk a little bit about where things stand with that.
So we are hoping to add more staff to the LMF program. As you can imagine, we are all very grateful for the funding that flowed to that program through the biennial budget, and really excited to do the work and protect and conserve land and working in natural lands in the state. And it is a lot of work for staff, and they do have some pretty lofty goals in terms of what we're trying to spend each year or allocate. And so there is needed capacity there. We have been able to start a couple of positions already with some unrestricted funding that was in that LMF had from a donation at one point in time. And so we are hoping to be able to turn those into ongoing positions through the requests that we're making in the supplemental budget.
Thank you. And so I know for a number of years now, we've been talking about, funding for the program, but also for planning. Is this the same conversation that we've been having, or is it additional? Like, I'm trying to get a sense what we ended up doing. I know you've made the recommendations a bunch of times. I just don't know what made it in or not.
Yeah.
And maybe you can
trying
tell me at the work session.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall previous conversations. I'm not sure if Amy or Randy, if your memories are sharper at this moment.
I just know it's something I've asked every, all 6 years during the budget is, to fund it and to have people to implement it as well. So maybe we could get some context at the work session for where things stand.
Sure.
Thank you. I think that's it for me. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Representative Osher?
I really appreciate the chance to ask this question. Thank you. And I also appreciated Commissioner Beal mentioning the report that they just did, an interim report on incentives for soil carbon storage. And that's near and dear to my heart. That would be giving money to people who manage their land so that they store carbon. The timing on that is that we're going to get a final report in September, but the timing for the budget is right now. So I'm just wondering if when we get to the work session, if could address the possibility of having some kind of pilot program, funding for a pilot program, so that we would be able to continue this investigation of how might one do this, how might a state do this, and so that Maine can be a leader in this kind of management to address climate change.
Yeah, yes, I'd look forward to talking about that more. I think we were fortunate in doing the first part of this work for the soil carbon study that we secured a grant from the U.S. Climate Alliance. And so they were very generous in giving us the capacity to work with the university and do the background work. So we might have other options, but we could certainly talk about that.
Thank you.
All set, Representative Osher? Okay. Any other questions for the commissioner or the staff or her staff right now? Great. Well, thank you so much for the testimony. Extensive, I know. Appreciate your time here and answering these questions. We look forward to continuing our work together in the next several weeks. We're going to move on to some more testimony. We're going to first hear from Don Renaud from the Baxter State Park, and then we'll hear from Bill Norbert from FAME, and then we'll hear from Samantha Warren from the Humane Systems. So Mr. Renaud, I'm butchering your name, no doubt, but help me out.
No problem. Dan Renard, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Dill, Representatives Peirce and O'Neill, and members of the Joint Standing Committees on Appropriations and Financial Affairs and Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Dan Renard, and I'm the Acting Director of Baxter State Park. I am here today to testify in support of LD1995, the Governor's supplemental budget proposal for state fiscal years 2022 and 2023. This testimony addresses each item and proceeds sequentially, starting on page A35 and A30 through A36. Keeping in mind the administration's strong priorities, education, public health, our local communities, climate, our economy, and making good on the promises of state government, we are working to build Baxter State Park's capacity in these areas and others to ensure the park remains Maine's crown jewel. Consistent with Maine state parks and outdoor recreation destinations across the United States, Baxter State Park has seen significant increases in visitation during the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, park visitation increased by 16% over 2019, pre-COVID levels, and nearly 10% above the 5-year average. This increased visitation has largely occurred in our shoulder seasons, lengthening our peak season through the fall to Indigenous Peoples Day. While the park offers incredible respite during challenging times, increased visitation also threatens to impact sensitive natural resources, particularly on Katahdin's alpine zone, and strain public safety and search and rescue resources if not managed appropriately. The initiatives proposed in this supplemental budget are intended to build our capacity to continue welcoming visitors to Baxter State Park without compromising our ability to maintain this forever wild landscape according to the wishes of the donor. Baxter State Park is not part of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, but is instead an independent quasi-state agency and large public trust. The world-class wilderness, and outdoor recreation destination was generously gifted to the state of Maine to hold in trust for the benefit of the people of Maine by Governor Percival Baxter beginning 91 years ago. These gifts had a threefold structure, as Governor Baxter left us a great wild landscape with stipulations around how he wanted it managed, a unique governing structure called the authority to oversee it, and a sizable endowment of funds that allows the park to be independently funded. With each of the 28 gifts accepted by the legislature and included in the private and special laws of Maine, Governor Baxter described a park where the protection of natural resources would take primacy over recreational opportunities, and the landscape would be protected in a forever wild condition. He also described the governance structure he wanted to oversee his park, called the Baxter State Park Authority, which consists of the Director of the Maine Forest Service in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, the Commissioner of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, and the Attorney General. Governor Baxter intended for the park to remain financially independent through his donation of a large portion of his estate upon his death, which has grown into an endowment capable of funding half to 2/3 of our annual operating budget. Entrance to the park is free to Maine residents. The entire budget for Baxter State Park comes from other special revenue funds using no general fund dollars. Again, the main source of revenue for the park is the charitable trust that was established by Governor Baxter. Other sources of revenue for the park include visitor fees, and revenue from timber cut and sold from the scientific forest management area in the northwest corner of the park. Thus, the approval of the park's proposed initiatives would have no fiscal impact on the general fund. The first initiative on page A35 increases the length of 2 existing seasonal positions at the park's visitor center to ensure coverage through Indigenous Peoples Day holiday weekend. The second initiative, also on page A35, establishes 1 parks maintenance coordinator position for 31 weeks to support infrastructure maintenance and improvement throughout the park. The third initiative on page A35 continues and makes permanent 1 management analyst 2 position, which supports business and data functions within the park and is currently a limited period position. The fourth initiative on page A35 establishes a 26-week campground ranger position to be stationed at Chimney Pond in order to extend the park's patrol presence and natural resource stewardship of the Alpine Zone on top of Katahdin. The fifth initiative on page A35 increases the length of 3 seasonal Baxter Park customer representative positions located at the park gates to ensure adequate coverage from May through November. The sixth and last of the initiatives on page A35 increases 1 campground ranger position, a roving ranger, to match the season length of the position's colleagues and correct an oversight from the last budget submission. The final and only initiative on page A36 increases the weeks of 2 of the park's shorter season customer representatives to enable these positions to take part in the park's 2-week spring training program. These initiatives are all focused on bolstering the park's staffing in response to current and projected demands and will allow the park to continue operating according to Governor Baxter's wishes while ensuring the people of Maine can visit their park for generations to come. Again, these require no general fund dollars. This concludes my testimony on our supplemental budget request in LD 1995. I would be glad to respond to any questions you may have at this time. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for the testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Renard? I don't see any at this time, but I appreciate you hanging around and giving your testimony. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Next, we have Mr. Norbert from Fame. Welcome back. Good to see you again.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Representative Peirce, and distinguished Senators Breen and Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished members of the 2 committees. My testimony should only take 2 minutes or less. I know you've had a very long day. Thank you. My name is Bill Norbert. I'm the Governmental Affairs and Communications Manager at Fame. And I'm here to speak on a program that we collaborate with the department on, the Dairy Improvement Fund. This is on page A72 of your materials. This initiative simply allocates funds in FY 21-22 to $168,689 to reflect revenue projections, reprojections, really. This is dedicated casino revenue. And as you all might remember, that went down during the pandemic, of course. And so there were some cuts made to this line last budget, but happily the funds are increasing. So we would like to just get our allocation for this period because the program, the Dairy Improvement Fund, hasn't been able to accept any applications for about a year now. And so the department and FAME are both really eager to get this going again. You might recall that the program helps farms and dairy enterprises fund capital improvements in order to maintain and enhance the viability of their operations. And we offer loans up to $250,000 at a 1% fixed interest rate. So it's not an appropriation, it's just a rejiggering of the allocation from this dedicated funding source. And with that, I'd urge your support for this and would be happy to try to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Norbert? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. Thanks for being here today, and we'll look forward to working together.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Samantha Warren from the University of Maine System. Ms. Warren, happy Friday. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Representative Peirce and Representative O'Neill. I see Senator Dill and distinguished members of the committee. I am Sam Warren, and I am here on behalf of the University of Maine System to speak in support of the investment in the UMaine Cooperative Extension Diagnostic and Research Laboratory, which we will call the DRL for exactly the reason you just saw. It's a mouthful. That can be found on page A157 of the governor's supplemental budget. Like Mr. Norbert, I will keep my testimony fairly brief today, but you have more written detailed testimony for me. As I think you both well know, UMaine Extension statewide research, education, and outreach activities are growing and ensuring the sustainability of Maine's ag economy and dependent rural jobs while protecting public, plant, and animal health. In 2014, the legislature and Maine voters generously funded the construction of the DRL, which is a unique lab that brings together extension scientists, including our students, together under one roof to do research that matters to Maine and to provide very unique diagnostic and testing services that matter to Mainers. This includes, but is certainly not limited to, veterinary diagnostic services vital to vets and game wardens, as well as pet owners, plant disease testing that farmers depend on for crop management, and testing of ticks, which Mainers have increasingly come to appreciate as they are spending more time outdoors during the pandemic and climate change is expanding the range and resilience of these pests. Since opening in 2018, the DRL's Tick Lab has seen demand for its services more than double, with 6,500 tick submissions from 349 Maine towns submitted just last year. And it's important to note that nearly half of those tested positive for at least one pathogen led by the causative agent of Lyme disease, which really reinforces the importance of the work. While Extension and the DRL is supported within UMaine's existing budgetary resources, as you well know, in recognition of the Tick Lab's critical importance to the state, the 129th legislature enacted a new 15-cent container fee on thousands of products that are technically registered as pesticides, but I wouldn't think of them necessarily as pesticides. It's things like bleach and sanitizing spray. Consumers pay the fee at the point of sale. Target for me is a frequent place where I end up paying this fee, and most proceeds go to support the Tick Lab's work. Unfortunately, implementation of the fee has been inconsistent, and at times it's been burdensome for consumers, retailers, and state partners responsible for various aspects of administration. It is the university's hope that the appropriation proposed in the supplemental budget could instead provide the ongoing additional operating resources the lab needs, and in turn allow the legislature to repeal the consumer product fee. This would provide the university more predictable funding and allow us to further increase the lab's important activities. Some of the initiatives we're thinking about are initiating active on-the-ground tick surveillance by university researchers across the state, and also expanding our tick testing panels to include testing for more pathogens, so Mainers can take more proactive steps, including to engage their healthcare providers. We are very hopeful you will support this request. Additionally, on the heels of the department's testimony, I just wanted to affirm that the university is working in close collaboration with the department and other partners in a number of areas, including related to PFAS contamination, as well as the department's meat and poultry inspection program. And we would urge the investments, your support of the investments proposed in the budget to support both of those initiatives that you heard about today. With that, I'll thank you for your ongoing support of our universities and the research we do to protect public, environmental, and economic health. And I look forward to answering any questions you have on this Friday evening.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Warren? I don't see any at this time, but I appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much. So that concludes our testimony from the agencies and from the different departments. We have 12 people waiting to give us some public testimony tonight. I'm going to move people over in order to provide their testimony. It'll go alphabetically by their first name. That's how it's listed on my computer, and that's what we'll be doing. When I invite you over as a panelist, if you are in the attendee room, please accept that. Otherwise, you won't be moved over through the internet. So please do that when I offer you that opportunity. We'll be running a clock for these testimonies. We've been doing this all week. It'll be 3 minutes. Representative Heidmanson has graciously offered to be our clock person tonight. She's got a 30-second bright yellow piece of paper, which is very helpful. When you see that, it's probably time to start wrapping up your testimony.
But I had to change the way it's backwards, right?
It looks great. It looks great. So right now I'm going to be moving over Christine Cummings, Curtis Picard, and Eliza Townsend. And you'll move through the ether. Please accept. Okay, let's see who's made it over.
Hi there.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you for being here this evening, and we look forward to hearing your testimony. Please begin at your pleasure.
Great. Representative Peirce and members of the Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Christine Cummings. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Grocers and Food Producers Association. We are a trade group representing Main Street businesses, independently owned and operated grocery stores, supermarkets, and food and beverage producers. We are supporting the budgeted $500,000 for the University of Maine's Tick Lab and Pest Management Fund, found on page A157. Currently, the account is funded via a 15% pesticide container fee paid by the consumers at retail. As Sam alluded to, the pesticide container fee's origin stems from Public Law 2020, Chapter 548, which went into effect in June of 2020. This alternative dedicated funding will allow for the repeal of the pesticide container fee via LD1995, which awaits further action on the appropriations table. Based on the increasing demand for the lab's testing and pest management services, this direct appropriation provides a consistent revenue stream. The current fee collected at retail has been difficult to implement, and because of the flaws in implementation, the current funding provides inconsistent funding. We value the administration and the governor's efforts to prioritize dedicated dollars for this fund. We appreciate your consideration to resolve this issue for our retail community, remove the burden of the fee at retail for Maine consumers, and provide reliable funding for the laudable work of the university to address tick and pest management. I appreciate the time to speak this afternoon. I know you all have had a long week, so thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Ms. Cummings? I don't see any, but I appreciate your patience and appreciate your testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you, as well.
Mr. Picard, please begin at your pleasure.
You got it. Good afternoon, Representative Peirce and distinguished members of these two committees. My name is Curtis Picard, and I'm President and CEO of the Retail Association of Maine. I did submit written testimony, so I'm not going to read it. As Ms. Cummings said, you've had a long week, and I'm respectful of that. Christine did a really good job laying out not only the $500,000, I should probably say, I am supporting the $500,000 appropriation, much like Ms. Cummings is, to support the Tick and Research Lab, the Tick Laboratory and Pest Management Fund. Christine laid out the behind the scenes or the tie-in with LD1995, which would repeal the 15-cent pesticide container fee, which has been problematic for retailers from the start. The current list of pesticides is now over 21,000 different items, which makes it really challenging for any retailer to figure out which items are considered pesticides, which are not. New products are added and deleted from the supply chain at all times. And so things like Windex disinfectant cleaner and ultra palmolive antibacterial citrus scent dish soap are all considered pesticides under the existing law. So our hope is that this appropriation will go through. We sincerely appreciate Governor Mills including it in her supplemental budget proposal. And then ultimately, we would strongly encourage you to move LD808 off the table and into final enactment. So I'm stopped there and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Picard? I don't see any, but I appreciate your patience and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elijah Townsend, and then we'll have Ellen Greenwald and Heather Spalding. Ms. Townsend.
Good afternoon, Representative Peirce, distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, distinguished members of the ACF Committee. I'm Eliza Townsend, Maine Conservation Policy Director for the Appalachian Mountain Club, and I'm pleased to support the supplemental budget before you as it pertains to both Baxter State Park and the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. AMC is the nation's oldest conservation, recreation, and education organization with the mission to foster the protection, enjoyment, and understanding of the outdoors. We own 75,000 acres of forest land in Piscataquis County, which we manage for multiple use, including sustainable forestry, backcountry recreation, and environmental education. This budget proposes to address some of the major issues that have emerged or become increasingly urgent in Maine in the past 2 years. Those include the need to move swiftly to both slow climate change and address its impacts, the need to meet the unprecedented demand for outdoor recreation and respite, and the need to ensure that we do not lose the unique natural character of the unorganized territories now facing extraordinary development pressure. Climate change threatens our economy, our communities, our way of life, our natural resources, and our children's future. We must act. Natural climate solutions represent some of the most effective strategies for slowing and adapting to climate change. And that's why we support the initiatives to protect Maine's forests, to speed land conservation, to assist municipalities, to inventory at-risk species and habitats, to fight invasive insects, and to implement the state's 4-year climate action plan. Maine's unorganized territories are unique in the eastern United States, a vast and largely undeveloped area rich in natural resources and beloved for its beauty and remoteness. The UT contains the majority of Maine's 17.5 million acres of forest, which not only support 32,000 jobs and generate more than $8 billion in economic impact, but also absorb 60% of Maine's greenhouse gas emissions. But the very character of the UT is threatened by unprecedented development, and we must act now to ensure that this exceptional resource continues to support jobs, recreation, and rich biodiversity. COVID-19 has driven both Mainers and visitors outside for recreation, reflection, and social connection. This is terrific. It's a healthy trend. But the demand for places to refresh one's spirit has strained both close to home and remote resources. We strongly support the proposals to add capacity to Baxter State Park and the Maine State Park system. Finally, we support the addition of a deputy commissioner. Maine's forests, lands, and waters drive our economy. They absorb and hold carbon and support biodiversity. They are critical to our physical, social, and mental health. Our vast and largely undeveloped UT is unique. All are worth conserving and worthy of adequate funding and staffing. We urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Townsend? I don't see any. I appreciate your time and hanging in with us this afternoon. Thanks so much. Next, we have Heather Spalding, and then we'll have Jeff McCabe. I really appreciate everyone's pictures on their individual links. They're really fun to look at. Ellen Griswold, are you ready?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. Good evening, Representative Peirce, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, and members of both committees. My name is Ellen Griswold, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Maine Farmland Trust in support of certain provisions in LD1995. The unfolding information about PFAS in Maine is alarming, especially for farmers whose livelihoods are connected to the land. Since PFAS are persistent in the environment, the application of sludge containing PFAS by farmers who are unaware of its presence decades ago can still impact PFAS levels in the soils today and can build up over time. This application has led to the contamination of at least 9 family farms and hundreds of residential wells, and this number is likely to increase as the state ramps up testing on over 700 sites across Maine. MFT has been working to support several of these farms, and MFT staff have witnessed firsthand the significant impacts these farm businesses and families have experienced from the contamination. These impacts include ceasing CSA operations and losing the financial value of products that can no longer be sold, having to change farm management practices, and even having to purchase or lease additional land to use for their farming operations. These farmers have also had their wells contaminated and live with ongoing concerns about the health effects of PFAS contamination for themselves and their families. Finally, these farmers worry about the value of their land, their largest investment, and what their options might be if they are no longer able to farm there. The level of support that will be needed by these farms is unprecedented. Farmers will need funding from the state for income replacement, health monitoring and health impacts, investments in new infrastructure and new business models, and for some farms, the purchase of the farm itself. This is on top of the funding that is needed to increase in-state testing capacity and to make investments in research that are needed to support the development of the agricultural sector in Maine against this backdrop, including investigating remediation methods and setting food safety standards. Many, if not all of these categories, could easily rise to the level of tens of millions of dollars. MFT wholeheartedly supports the provisions in Part A of LD1995 that would provide DACF with 6 new staff positions to provide outreach and assistance to farmers impacted by PFAS contamination. We are also supportive of providing funding to DACF as contemplated in Part A and Part B to assist impacted farmers, support critical PFAS research, and otherwise allow DACF to strategically and effectively respond to PFAS issues. However, we do not believe that $3 million is anywhere near the amount of funding that will be required to address the harm to agricultural producers from PFAS contamination. Therefore, we strongly urge the committee to significantly increase the allocation provided for those purposes. Agriculture is a key component of Maine's economy, but we must provide agencies like DACF with the resources they need to be able to comprehensively and efficiently address the support needs of farmers.
Your 3 minutes is up if you don't mind wrapping up.
I will, thank you. Only then will farmers be able to continue to feed Maine's economy and people for generations to come. For all these reasons, MFT hopes that you will support the DACF staffing requests and significantly increase the funding allocation provision in LD 1995. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Griswold? I don't see any at this time. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Heather Spalding and then Jeff McCabe. Ms. Spalding, welcome.
Thank you, Representative Peirce and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs, and also Senator Dill and Representative O'Neill and members of the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. I'm speaking today in support of certain aspects of this LD, and the focus of my comments really is on the escalating problem of farmland contamination of PFAS, which seems to be the priority topic of the day, for good reason. While 9 farms have publicly reported serious PFAS contamination in their soil, water, crops, and/or bodies, the DEP projects that another 30 farms are likely contaminated given their history of land application of sludge and septage. And they've identified at least 700 more sites that they'll have to prioritize PFAS testing on in the next 3 years. And we know that hundreds of wells have been contaminated by PFAS in excess of the state's maximum contamination level. We're extremely concerned about the PFAS contamination on farmland throughout the state and indeed across the nation. This is affecting all farms. It's not, unique to one specific sector. It is a problem across the country, and Maine is at the forefront of this. And we appreciate what Commissioner Beal had said about this is, most farms farms are not going to feel the effect of this, but some are feeling it acutely. And we're very happy that there is, a good deal of funding in the supplemental budget, but it is not nearly enough. And we are strongly advocating for passage of what has been recommended and a lot more. We know that if the state were to face the prospect of having to buy out farms that were irreparably contaminated, they could use up $50 million easily. And we think that probably $100 million is a reasonable projection of what's going to be needed to help farms, and so that Maine can emerge and have the safest and healthiest agriculture and food economy in the country. So thank you very much. Just please keep the Maine farmers in mind as you're working through your budgeting.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Spalding? I'm not seeing any. I appreciate your time today and have a good weekend.
Thanks. You too.
Next, we have Jeff McCabe. Mr. McCabe.
Hey, good evening, Chair Purse, members of the Appropriations and Financial Affairs Committee, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the Ag, Conservation and Forestry Committee. I am Jeff McCabe, the Director of Legislation and Politics for Maine Service Employees Association. And right away, let's just get the elephant right out of the room. I am well aware that I owe the ACF committee some sort of gratitude, being a former member of that committee, and I will make good on that tradition. And I probably should give Appropriations Committee something for spending almost the entire week with you all. So that is forthcoming as well. But we're here in strong support of this section of the supplemental budget, LD1995. It's great to see that there's been a number of proposals within ACF, but we're here tonight to talk a little bit about the positions specific to state parks. There's proposed 18 new positions, and that's rather exciting, these new assistant park rangers. This is something that I feel Liza Townsend and I have been waiting years to see. It's really clear the fact is that attendance at state parks, public lands have really been at a historic level. These levels at times are almost unsustainable, but it's also clear that state park visitors and workers, including assistant park rangers, are substantially underpaid. Adding the proposal, the new positions, is a first step, but the state must also do more to actually address this pay gap issue. While some progress has been made on closing that pay gap, including raising the state minimum wage for $15, it's not nearly enough, and recent cuts and stagnation has just caused a number of problems. So wages for state workers, especially parks folks, including assistant park rangers, laborers, park receptionists, customer service reps, are all redlined at $15 an hour right now. So if you go on the site and look at the number of positions that are actually offered and available at this current time, you'll actually see that they're all being advertised at $15 an hour. This is a problem. I am looking forward to the commissioner's work and other staff in bringing forward the staffing needs report. I think that that's pretty exciting and poses a great opportunity. And I think the timing with the supplemental budget and the work that the committee will do is actually a perfect time. So in conclusion, I think the attendance records at parks over the last 2 years has made it clear that the secret is out. There's nowhere in the United States with a park system as iconic and as beautiful as Maine. The staffing, the training, and the pay of state park workers who make it all possible should reflect their amazing work. So please, in addition to funding the 18 new positions, dedicated funding in your supplemental budget and deliberations to close the state employee pay gap, as well as provide necessary training for these folks. And as this week's gone on, it's been clear I wanted to add an additional comment, and I'll update a quote that I've heard several times this week, and I would put my own spin on it, but it's been a long 2 years. I was just reflecting the other day, 2 years ago when this pandemic started, I actually spent some time in Baxter on a winter trip, and the first case of COVID-19 struck on that night, on that Thursday. We were at the State House, left that following morning to spend the weekend in Baxter State Park. And upon skiing out that next morning, the first thing I did as soon as I had cell reception was actually get on a call with state officials about the state closing down. And that impact was, sort of hit me a few minutes ago. And I just thought I'd share that. And I did want to say it's been a long 2 years. And I I want to say that workers deserve the progress yet to come. So that's my twist on a quote that we've heard a little bit this week. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It looks like Representative Underwood might have a question for you, Mr. McCabe.
Mr. McCabe, does raising the minimum wage affect the coffers of the unions?
As far as the dues structure, are you talking about the dues structure, Representative?
Yes, as these new positions would become available, they would be unionized and have to pay union dues. And I'd like to see these new positions be optional whether they want to join the union or not. Is that a possibility? Keep the cost down.
Yeah, that actually, I'm not sure what that would actually associated with the cost. I could give you sort of the overall due structure for MSCA and what the members have chosen to set the budget for MSCA, if that would be helpful for you. But I actually wouldn't cause these positions to cost anymore.
Okay, because as I understand it, as the minimum wage goes up, so does the pressure on the wages for other jobs in the union go up too, and it increases the funds for the union. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Yeah, thank you. And in the way that the state came to a $15 minimum wage for state employees was the bargaining team actually negotiated that with the state. So there was hundreds of positions. Actually, a lot of the folks that you interact with in the State House, the folks that do some very important services around the Cross Building, as well as the State House itself, we're all earning under $15 minimum wage as a starting wage. So we were excited to see those brought up and really sort of, move them on a track to improve their wages. But thank you for the question, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for Mr. McCabe? I don't see any. Appreciate your time. I'm sure
Have
we'll
a great
see you.
weekend, everybody.
Take care. Next, we have Nancy Smith from GrowSmart, and then we'll have Sharon Treat.
Good afternoon. After yesterday, just want to check that you can hear me. Thank you.
Loud and clear. Wonderful.
Thank you. Senator Breen, Senator Dill, Representative Person, Representative O'Neill, members of the two committees. Thank you for a few minutes to talk with you. And like Jeff McCabe, I will say, had we been meeting in person as a past member of Ag Conservation and Forestry, I would have candy to provide to you. But my gift to you is brief testimony on a Friday evening. GrowSmart Maine is a nonpartisan statewide nonprofit organization supporting communities as they navigate change in alignment with smart growth principles and practices. And fundamental to smart growth outcomes is the access to sufficient community planning and implementation capacity, which has been sorely lacking for quite some time. And I will address 3 key points in my testimony amongst the entire bill, and just start by saying that we believe that Commissioner Beal and her employees have worked to create for you the appropriate mix of proposals, and we support the entire package. But the 3 points that I want to hit on are most in line with our mission and actually discussions that we had at our Summit 2020 and a bill that's tabled in Labor and Housing currently. First, within the Municipal Planning and Assistance Program, there are planner positions that will support the proposed Housing Opportunities Program in DECD as they address housing shortages, strengthen partnerships in municipalities, reinvigorate support for regional planning agencies, and develop strategies that reach beyond the agency silos to address land use issues that link Maine's unorganized territories with the nearby rural hubs. This issue in particular has been a priority for GrowSmart Maine for the past several years as an outcome of our advocacy to support revisions to LUPC's adjacency rules, and happy to see added capacity to deal with that. Secondly, a planner and secretarial position to work across the departments and within the Bureau of Resource Information and Land Use Planning, as well as with nonprofit organizations and for-profit sector, with a focus on implementing Maine Won't Wait. This cross-sector and cross-department coordination of effort is essential and exciting as a path towards achieving the goals outlined in our state's climate action plan, as well as encouraging local climate action plans and implementation. The third point I want to direct you to with our support is within the Land Use Planning Commission. As you've heard, there was additional pressure on both permitting and enforcement, and both have been below capacity. This does not serve the residents or the property owners in the unorganized territory, or more broadly, the people of Maine. With that, those are the three portions in particular. We support this portion of the budget in its entirety, and a shout out to my own state representative, Jessica Fay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Smith? Representative Underwood, you still have your hand up. I think that's from the last presenter, correct? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Smith. Appreciate you being here. Glad we could hear you right away, which is wonderful. Next, we have Ms. Treat, but before you begin, I've invited everyone over who's in our attendee list. If for some reason you haven't made it over yet and would like to speak, please raise your hand so I know that, and we'll get you into the queue. Thank you, Ms. Treat, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairs Purse, Dill, and O'Neill, and members of the Appropriations and Agriculture Committees. I am Sharon Treat, and I live in Hollowell. I'm Senior Attorney for the Institute for Agriculture and Trade Policy, on whose behalf I am testifying today in support of the PFAS initiatives that have been outlined already this evening or this afternoon. IATP is a nonprofit headquartered in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and we work closely with farmers to promote local, sustainable, and environmentally beneficial agriculture and trade policy. We strongly support more funding to investigate, abate, and remediate agricultural contamination, to test food, and to address food safety concerns, and to assist farmers economically. We support both the one-time funding and the ongoing staff positions as outlined in the governor's supplemental budget proposal. DACF staff are overwhelmed right now and cannot adequately address the impacts on agriculture of PFAS contamination without additional personnel and added expertise and funding for research and testing. It's not hyperbole to call the level of PFAS contamination of farmland in Maine a crisis. Farmers are in limbo. The longer it takes to complete soil, water, and food testing, the more uncertainty and turmoil will be felt across all of Maine agriculture. Meanwhile, farmland can't be sold while under the cloud of forever contamination. Farm investments won't be made, and consumer anxiety about the safety of local foods, whether justified or not, will only increase. The stain of PFAS contamination is affecting not only those whose land and water is directly contaminated, but also other farmers who purchase hay for feed or milk for cheese and don't know whether these inputs are free of PFAS. Unfortunately, even more funding is needed than the total amount of $9.2 million that's proposed to address PFAS across several departments within LD1995, and that includes the $3 million for DACF in one-time funding. DEP staff has estimated that $20 million will be needed every year just for site investigation. Additional funding is also needed to pay for medical monitoring for those exposed to high levels of PFAS and to help farmers pivot to alternative crops or fields, and for some to relocate farms that are so contaminated as to be a total loss. No money for medical monitoring or farm buyback has been included in LD 1995. In other parts of the supplemental budget, there's over $4 million to stand up in-state PFAS testing capacity to test drinking water and livestock, produce, and soil samples. All of that is critically important. But what about the people who have been exposed and have astronomically high PFAS blood levels? Even for those who have health insurance coverage, PFAS blood tests are unlikely to be paid for by that insurance. Farmers and their neighbors have been drinking water for decades with high PFAS levels, in some cases hundreds of times higher than the state drinking water standard. In my written testimony, I provided information as to why medical monitoring is called for under these circumstances, where the diseases are often latent and early detection could help save the health of those exposed. Such testing could collect the evidence that Mainers will need to hold manufacturers accountable for covering up data about health consequences. There are models for medical monitoring already in Maine law, including the lead prevention program. And just in summary, I'd like to say the supplemental budget, you should seriously consider looking at relocation and buyouts for farmers. I know it's not part of this budget, but I know that there will be initiatives coming before the Agriculture Committee to look at that. And I just want to put it on your radar screen as appropriations that bigger numbers may be needed to really address this problem appropriately. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions for Ms. Treat? I don't see any, so we appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging in there with us today.
Thank you.
We have two more people to testify, Sarah Woodbury and then Tom Doak. Ms. Woodbury, at your pleasure.
Thank you, Representative Peirce. Good evening, Representative Peirce, Senator Dill, Representative O'Neill, members of the AFA and the ACF committees. My name is Sarah Woodbury. I am the Director of Advocacy for Defend Our Health, and I am a resident of Freeport. I'm here to testify in support of LD1995, excuse me, specifically the portions that refer to PFAS funding, which I'm sure is unsurprising to most of you who I have worked with in the past. As you know, Maine is currently in the midst of a PFAS contamination crisis. As you have heard from several people, there have been at least 9 farms and hundreds of wells that have been contaminated by PFAS. Several farmers have spoken out over the last few weeks about the devastating impact that PFAS contamination has had on their health and livelihood. They need immediate assistance to help them survive. LD 1995 has about $3 million allocated to DACF to start to help these impacted farmers, as well as funding for several positions at DACF. It also has funding to help increase PFAS testing here in the state, along with funding for 3 new chemist positions for the CDC. We fully support all of this, but it is not enough. $9.2 million for total for testing, remediation, and help for farmers, plus several new staff positions for DACF and CDC is great, but it will barely scratch the surface of what is needed. As was mentioned, DEP Commissioner Melanie Loisem testified before the ENR committee back in January that the state was looking at a dollar amount of around $10 to $20 million per year for PFAS cleanup. This does not include costs that are associated with income replacements or buyouts for impacted farmers, along with the medical monitoring that Ms. Treat mentioned and healthcare costs for farmers, as well as those well owners who have been exposed to this toxic chemical for years. Most of this contamination is due to the spreading of municipal and industrial sludge on farmland across the state, a program that the state advocated for and urged farmers to take advantage of as a way to provide inexpensive nutrients for farmland and to save the state and municipalities money in landfilling costs. While the state is not responsible for the PFAS ending up in the sludge, it did advocate for this program and should now provide resources to those that are impacted to help them in their time of need. Therefore, we urge the committee to seriously consider significantly increasing the amount that is budgeted for this PFAS contamination crisis. $3 million for impacted farmers is not nearly enough. The state needs to step up and do more. The state has a robust rainy day fund and wants to add more to that fund. We would argue that this crisis is exactly what emergency funding should be used for, to help its citizens. Mainers depend on food from our farmers. We are putting policies in place that require Maine to utilize more food grown in state, yet we aren't helping the very farms that we are relying on to feed our families. The committee should take steps to help these farmers by significantly increasing the amount that has been set aside to help them. I know Heather Spalding from MOFGA mentioned a $100 million price tag. We are on board with that. There will probably be more legislation coming, hopefully from the ACF committee to address this issue. And we strongly urge the committee to support this legislation and additional funding requests for these farmers and other impacted communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Woodbury? I don't see any, and we really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. I'll just ask one more time if there's anyone in the attendee list that was wanting to testify that hasn't been invited over, or I have invited everyone over. If you haven't made it, please raise your hand. And then we'll turn to Mr. Doak.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the
Appropriations Committee and ACF Committee. My name is Tom Doak. I'm the Executive Director of Maine Woodland Owners, and I'm testifying in favor of the Maine Forest Service portions of the budget, specifically on page A15 and A16. We're a nonprofit organization that works with family woodland owners. Those are the people that own a few acres up to a few hundred acres. They represent, they own collectively about 40% of the woodland in Maine. One of the kind of startling facts about them is only 25% of them are involving a professional forester in their decision making. And so we fully support the additional forester positions in the Maine Forest Service, because their work will help improve the forest management on these lands, but also help these landowners participate in carbon markets and implement carbon-friendly practices. We know that for a lot of these landowners, it's not a hard sell on the carbon practices and climate-friendly practices, but they just need a little bit of assistance, a little bit of help. In addition, the support for other efforts on climate and carbon sequestration are important. In addition to helping landowners, we own 7,000 acres, and we have land in 10% of all Maine communities. So we are taking our lands and testing them against the different certification of the different carbon systems that are out there that are available to smaller owners, and using them, using our land base to test how successful a landowner could be in using one of these systems. And we're in the middle of that. And then we'll be presenting that information to smaller owners about, here's what we've learned, here's what you need to know, here's what doesn't work, and maybe we can improve the systems as they go. And finally, I want to talk about, I mentioned the entomology positions. I'm a former director of the Maine Forest Service, and I can tell you the thing that I was scared the most about was about the impact of insect and diseases in the forest. To me, those are the greatest threats to the forest. And particularly if it's an introduced pest where there's no natural enemies, whether it's an insect or a disease. And we've already seen some of these. Emerald ash borer is a classic example of what can happen. Brown-tailed moth is another example of what happens. So I think that these entomology positions are vital to ability to deal with the forest health issues that are likely to occur with increasing challenges from insects and diseases. With that, I appreciate this opportunity to speak, and also thank you for all hanging in there late on a Friday. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Are there any questions for Mr. Doak? Am I pronouncing that correctly? I apologize.
Yes, you are. Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. I don't see any questions, so thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. So that concludes the people who wanted to testify on this section of the supplemental budget with the AFC committee. ACF, wow, it's getting late, my apologies. Thank you so much for committee members for being here from ACF. Your report is due back on March 18th. We look forward to having you weigh in on this part of the budget and hearing your comments and thoughts. In the meantime, we'll let you go and have a good weekend. And my AFAers, appreciate you being here as well. We've had a big week. We've had a lot of testimony. It's been great to have so many fellow committee members join us, all the staffs join us, and particularly have the public show up and give their testimony. We really appreciate it. We'll be back at this Monday morning at 10 a.m. and we're going to do state and local government, IDEA, and BLA. So with that, have a great weekend, unless there are any questions. Other than that, I'll say goodbye and thank you. Looks like I'll say goodbye and thank you.
Yeah.
Take care. Have a good weekend.